Mm.
And then we're gonna get started with Lego. So nice, relaxing Lego Star Wars.
Relaxing.
Skywalker.
Okay. There you
Okay.
go. Grab your chest. Little verb. That was disgusting. The way his lip like.
Okay.
Right where I want to get I want to get the perfect frame. Right there. Right there. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I just, you know, I'm not even gonna waste energy. I'm gonna take this.
Oh! No
Let's
way!
go!
No!
Let's
No!
go!
No!
Let's go, baby!
Help!
Let's go!
Nope. No, you should have dropped out of that.
Let's fucking go. Yeah, I should have dropped out.
Yeah, the man.
No. You guys got it. Easy.
Yeah. Where'd you die? Oh,
Look
man.
at
Oh,
it.
look.
Did you see that space? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Damn it.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're ready for part 3 of our Shenmue playthrough. But first, I have some bad news to report. Our seamen are dead. So pour one out for our seamen. So you may be asking, what happened? Why'd they die? Well, so I discovered an interesting little quirk yesterday. So, when you're taking care of the seamen, right, you have light, you have air, and you have heat. Now, the light's just an on and off thing, but the heat and the air, you have to turn them up manually, which that doesn't work like that in real life, Tank, I'm pretty sure. So you got to turn them up to the good settings, and over time, they'll degrade back down. And so you got to do it again. But here's what I discovered. You've turned them up, and then you go to save your game and exit. And you come back later, say like 24 hours later, the settings will still be most of the way up, so it'll still be fine. But what happened yesterday is I left the Dreamcast on the whole time during the stream without like pausing it or anything. And even though, like I said, you could save it and come back a day later and it'll be fine, for some reason leaving it on for 4 hours caused all the air out of all the air to disappear and all the heat to disappear from the tank. So while we were streaming yesterday, the seaman died and I didn't even know it happened. So, rip. That makes no sense to me, but that's apparently how it works. But don't worry, I will start them up again. It'll just take a while to grow them back. There is one more thing I wanted to bring up from yesterday's stream before we get into our Shenmue playthrough. A viewer asked yesterday whether or not that this was a family-friendly stream, and that made me think about it a lot today. I feel like the answer I gave was a little bit incomplete, and you know, I don't want somebody to get the wrong impression about the stream. So here's the thing, right? And I think what I tried to convey yesterday is that, you know, even though personally, like from the way I speak, it'll, you know, I keep it pretty clean, you know. You know, obviously we do shout outs here for streamers who I know some of their clips aren't going to be that clean in language, and you know, sometimes maybe the games I might play might not be all that family friendly. I mean, right, Shenmue's fine, right? But let's say if this were October, I might end up playing a horror game, and you're right, something that definitely wouldn't be family friendly. And you know, as far as chat goes, I don't, you know, regulate anybody's chat besides what Twitch would require me to do to not get banned. And you know, the chat does appear on screen as well. And I might rate a streamer later who's also, you probably wouldn't consider to be family friendly. So with those caveats in mind, you know, I feel like I can't really call this a family friendly stream, despite what I may do myself. So I just don't want anybody to get the wrong idea about the stream and say like, oh, that this is fine, I can put my kids in front of the stream. Like you know, I can't guarantee that you wouldn't find anything objectionable. So I went ahead and turned on the mature content setting on the stream, and I feel like that's probably the right, you know, the correct way to go about this. So hopefully you understand that. Alright, I got that out of the way. Let me switch over to the game, dude. Yeah, let's get it loaded up. What exactly were we doing yesterday? Yes. That guy ate our Hong Kong ticket. And I couldn't find the cat from yesterday. Hopefully the cat's alright. What time is it? Is it AM or PM? Oh, it's AM. Okay. Hopefully we'll find the cat today. Otherwise, the cat might just be a goner. Oh, I hope everybody's having a good evening. I'm doing quite well, myself. Maybe the cat came back. I would save us some trouble. Nope.
Hey, Dio.
Hey, Megumi.
Dio, Mimi's disappeared.
Has she...
She was already gone when I came. Will she come back?
Alright. Let's try this for a few minutes. See if we can actually find it. This time we had the stream. I remember hearing the... Yeah, I heard the cat. And it sounds like it's coming from over here. Last I checked, I couldn't see anything. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that cat's just gone. Maybe the meowing is the spirit of the cat come back to haunt us. Yeah. Alright, well, My cat's gone. I'm sorry. I've tried looking in this area, and I know it's can't possibly be another area, so I tried. That cat doesn't want to be found. Now, what is it that we need to be doing at this point? Now, we gotta go back to that travel company? Yeah, see, there's that meow again, but I'm just gonna have to ignore it, I guess. Jasper ran away? Yeah. Hopefully he found a better place. But, is that supposed to be it? That dog looks pretty suspicious, though, I must say. So yesterday, very exciting, we finally got Tails in our collection.
I should buy one.
And also I made a comment yesterday about, oh, well, this game came out after Sonic Adventure, why didn't they use the Sonic Adventure designs? And then it occurred to me, they're kidding. Another one.
This again?
Duplicate Tails. Watch, now I'm gonna get nothing but Tails.
I should try again.
So it occurred to me that, okay, the game's supposed to take place in 1986. So yeah, of course they're gonna use the old Sonic designs. Can't believe I didn't think of that earlier.
This again?
I have no luck.
Maybe I should get another.
Is this one different than the one I have?
I know this.
I think this one actually is a different design. Very cool.
I should try again.
Nah, we're good.
I'll pass.
By the way, you know what else I noticed? We're halfway to the affiliate goal, which is very exciting. Now, technically, if I can do it, probably within the next couple of weeks, I would actually be able to make affiliate. But, you know, if I don't, that's okay. We just have to do the 30-day rolling statistics again. Maybe time for another 12-hour marathon stream. Hey look, oh, Tom's hot dog's missing. Alright, they were over here. Oh. What time? Oh, okay.
Who the hell is it? Hey.
Shit!
What's your problem?
Damn!
Stop!
Oh boy.
What?
When you play Shenmue, you always have to be ready for a QTE.
Hey, you!
Hey, stop!
Damn!
Hey, what
Later,
are
sorry.
you doing?
Hey, wait!
What the? Get out of my way!
Ooh.
Whoa! I'm sorry! Forgive me!
Give me my ticket.
I don't have it anymore!
Cut the crap!
I'm sorry! I'm sorry! An employee ran off with the money! Please don't hurt me! I got a wife and kids!
That's your problem. I still don't have the ticket I paid for.
Here, Take this ticket to the Philippines.
I don't need this.
I'm planning to skip town tonight. See, I'm broke, bankrupt, cleaned out. I can't get no ticket anywhere.
Quit lying! Who's that skinhead?
I don't know for sure, but I think he's connected to the Mad Angels.
Mad Angels? Where are they?
I can't tell. They'll kill me.
Tell me!
The harbor.
Who's their boss?
I don't know, but they extort from the harbor workers. If you worked there, you'd meet them.
Why is that?
'Cause they always harass the new guys.
The harbor.
It's always a harbor.
Ryo,
Nozomi.
what happened?
Hmm?
Something's happened, hasn't it?
No.
A fight?
No, it's not that.
Please, you gotta stay out of trouble.
I'm fine.
Ryo, but what if something happened to you?
Always so nosy.
Don't worry.
Promise me you'll take care.
Yeah, see you later.
Nozomi's always up in my business. Wait a minute. There's something weird going on here. Okay, so Tom's hot dog stand is usually right here, yeah? I don't know if you can hear that, but you can actually still hear his music stand. His stand music in that spot. Alright, let's go catch a bus. Oh, catch it before it goes.
Excuse me.
No!
Oh, no. I've been to ask someone.
Okay, we got it. Phew! I guess we're gonna have to go get a job. Who do we talk to get a job around here? No more streaming. No more streaming Let's Plays for me. I gotta go get a real job. I didn't get enough tips. Didn't hit the goal.
Excuse me.
How you doing?
Excuse me. Let me rest during lunch break, okay?
Okay.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Would it be possible for me to get a job here?
Sorry, but we aren't looking for help now.
Is that so? Do you know of any place in the harbor that is currently hiring?
I'm afraid not.
Is that so? Excuse me.
Sorry, I'm working now.
Is that so?
Is that so? Well, somebody around here has to know how to get a job.
Huh? I'm looking for a job in the harbor.
A job? Sorry. No openings now.
I see. Thank you very much.
We gotta go find someone else. Ooh, you know who we should ask if he's here? Tom. Tom always knows what's going on. And he totally never lies to me about anything. Oh man, I don't know anything about no job. Probably what's gonna happen.
Tom,
Hi, Dio.
can I ask you something? Do you know anywhere I can get a job around here?
I can give you a job, man.
Thanks, but I want to work in a warehouse or on a ship.
Man, my buddy's ship just left the harbor recently.
Really? That sucks. Know any place that's hiring?
Sorry, I have no idea, man.
I see. Thanks.
I want to work on his hot dog stand. Should take that job offered. Gotta be somebody around here who knows how to get a job.
Sorry, man. I'm in a rush. Catch me later.
Okay, there's always the lunch break lady. She might know what's going on. Oh yeah, he's in a rush to watch some birds or something.
Hisaka-san.
Will.
I'm looking for a job around here. Do you know of any place that's hiring?
I don't know any. You should just go ask around. Try some of the people that work around here.
Thanks. I'll ask around.
I feel like you owe me a job because I beat up your daughter's friends the other day. Was that her sister? I think it was her sister. Okay, so we need to find people who work here. You look like someone who works here.
Huh? I want to work at the harbor. Who should I talk to?
We've just stopped hiring new workers. Try somewhere else, will you?
Okay.
You look important. How about you?
Excuse me?
Huh? You got business here?
No.
Nah, kid. You're not allowed in here unless you got business. It's not safe.
I see.
Okay, but about a job.
School kids should be at school. Or home.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you got told. Who should I ask around here? Ooh, maybe I can get a guard job.
Do you have time?
I'm in a rush to get somewhere. Can't you ask somebody else?
Nobody ever has time around here. Oh no.
Yo, dude!
Oh, you.
Seem a bit blue, my man? Got a problem? Then I'm your man!
Yeah, right.
I know everything about this here harbor! Whatever it is, just ask!
I want a job here. What should I do?
So wanna be a sailor, hey? That's cool, man! Personally, it ain't for me. I get seasick.
Enough.
Whoa, wait, hold up! I'll help you, man! I just happen to know a number of foremen in charge of cargo!
Really?
Hey, anything for you, bro?
Can you ask?
Ooh, well...
Thanks.
Okay, meet me at noon tomorrow, in front of the big blue door of warehouse number 1.
12 noon, warehouse number 1, in front of the big blue door.
Right on, bro. See ya.
Am I gonna get beat up again? I feel like that's the theme here. Okay, tomorrow noon, warehouse number 1. I feel like I spend half this game meeting people at certain places at certain times only for it to be an ambush. I guess in that case, there's really no reason for us to stick around here. I want to get going back to Debuida. I don't really think there's anything else to do around the harbor. Maybe if I stare long enough at the schedule, a bus will appear. It worked. Alright, what are we gonna do for today? I know, we're gonna talk to our friend Santa.
Excuse me.
Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho! Oh, hello there. The Christmas special set available at Funny Bear Burgers is delicious. It's only available during the Christmas holiday. What do you say?
Some other time.
Why is Santa always trying to sell me things?
Komine-san.
Hi, Ryo.
You look busy.
On the contrary. Well, my bread isn't selling as well as before.
What?
Feels bad, man.
I'm not worried about Tom's hot dogs or that hamburger place over there much, but Bob's Pizzeria. He's a tough competitor.
I see.
Oh, you mean Mario's Pizzeria? Yeah. Let's go stop in and go get one of those tapes. We gotta add to our collection. Which ones don't we have right now? I think I did buy Destiny.
Yo, may I help you?
This.
Draw a ticket, please.
Fifth prize.
Ooh, capsule.
The prize is inside the capsule.
What do we get? What is that?
Come again, yo.
Oh, which reminds me, if you check the channel page, you will now see that there's a suggestions box. Feel free to drop in your suggestions. Or your troll messages, either one.
Yo, may I help you?
This.
Yeah, Metal Sonic's a possibility. We can even get Supersonic. But we gotta get fourth prize, it seems.
No prize.
Especially since you bought merchandise.
So we have Liquor, Bosnov, Dandelion Man, Destiny. Oh, we have all these then. That stinks. Hang on a minute. I just realized. If this is supposed to be 1986, there shouldn't be any Sonic the Hedgehog toy capsules. There was no Sonic back then.
Excuse me.
Hey, what can I do for you?
How's business?
Well, I don't get as many customers as I'd been expecting, you know. I got my own place all right, but the restaurant business isn't easy. I'm confident about the quality of my burgers, though. I use quality beef and buns. My pickles are homemade, you know.
Oh my.
I see.
Are they now? How come everybody I talk to is like, yeah, my business sucks, it's not doing well. I think this place is in a recession or something.
Ryo,
Nozomi.
what happened?
Hmm?
Something's happened, hasn't it?
No.
A fight?
No, it's not that.
Please, you gotta stay out of trouble.
I'm fine.
Ryo, but what if something happened to you?
Don't worry.
Promise me you'll take care.
Yeah, see you later.
Gosh, Nozomi's voice is like listening to one of those ASMR YouTubers. It's so breathy.
Nozomi.
Ryo, let me know if you need any help.
Sure. Hattori-san?
Yes?
How's business?
Well, just kinda so-so.
See what I mean?
Nowadays, soccer is hip, and I'm not very happy about it. Baseball is supposed to be the sport, you know.
Hattori-san.
Yes?
Excuse me, I'm in a hurry.
Oh, I see. See ya.
See you later.
See what I mean? Everybody's like, yeah, business is bad. Can't sell anything. Alright, we have some time to kill. I have like a whole day, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with myself. Ooh, I got an idea. I got an idea. While we wait, let me see something. I'm gonna look something up here. Let's see. Can I put that on screen? Let's see. Site. This is not very professional. Is anything playing? Let's see. So if I do this, okay. Okay. Interact. How do you interact with this thing? I wanted to get a YouTube video to play, but I can't do it. I know, OBS is not going to crash, is it? I can't do it. Forget it. Wait, is it working? Okay, I think I got it working. So we control audio via OBS, yes? Is that how this works? Somehow I have a feeling this isn't going to play. Wait, let's find out.
And what is spatchcock chicken? This
That's too loud.
is spatchcock chicken. It's
That's
taking
way too
whole
loud.
chicken and cutting it so it will lay flat, which makes it very, very nice for grilling. and also makes for a very cool presentation. And here's how you do it. It's very easy. All right, so this is going to work with any bird you want to do, although the technique was originally designed for smaller, more tender birds. Which is what I have here. I actually have a game hen, which is under 2 pounds.
That an ad?
You can use a knife for this, but I find scissors
Get rid of it.
the easiest and best option. So flip your chicken over. The key to this is identifying
work on my moves.
the backbone, which is conveniently located right down the middle, just like a person. All right, so once it's been located, we're going to get to cutting. I'm going to take some kitchen shears, and we're just going to cut on either side of the backbone. So you want to go in from the front of the bird towards the tail, all right, towards the back leg.
Okay, let's
and you
go.
want to keep the scissors right along the backbone, just to the right of the backbone. And it will go through there quite easily, especially, like I said, if you're using a young bird, which is what this technique was intended for. All right, so once it's cut down that right side, I'm going to put the scissors on the other side of the backbone and do the same thing, and that's it. All right, so take that out, remove it. You can save that for stock, or so we're supposed to tell you. Okay, so we're basically halfway there. Now, even though the backbone has been removed, it still is not going to lay flat. You're getting close, though. So the next step is flipping it over, and you're going to identify this little notch, this little triangle of cartilage right where the breastbone starts. See that? I highlighted it for you with a little starburst. All right, you're going to take a really sharp knife and just go down about a 1/4 inch through that cartilage. And as soon as you cut through that cartilage, you're going to see and feel the breastbone. And if you just use your fingers to kind of open it up, kind of bend it open, that breastbone, that sternum will sort of pop right out. See it? All right, so very simple. And that's all you have to do to make this lay flat. Now, if you want to, you can pull that breastbone right out. Okay, it will just kind of peel right out of there. I don't suggest it. I like to leave the breastbone in there. I think it helps keep moisture in the breast when it cooks. So up to you, I leave it in. And then the last step is simply tuck the wingtips underneath. This is just for more aesthetic reasons, but it also helps it lay flat. All right, so a fun technique to do, an even more fun technique to say, spatchcock. So once you've spatchcocked your chicken, you can pretty much cook it any way you'd normally cook
This
chicken.
just sounds wrong.
But this is really, really a cool method for the grill. The chicken cooks really evenly because it's so nice and flat. Everything's about the same thickness. And of course, I'm going to show you in a future video a beautiful recipe using a spatchcocked chicken. So stay tuned for that. Go to foodwishes.com for more information, as usual. And as always, enjoy.
Wow. Amazing. That was helpful. You know what we can do during some periods of downtime? If you have a video you think I should watch, you can go ahead and link it in chat, and I may watch it. Sometimes Shenmue just gives you blocks of time where you just kind of have nothing to do, except just go practice martial arts or something, play some arcade games. This is one of those times. Talk to Fuku-san.
Ryo-san, if there's something bugging you,
Let's
come
hide
to
that
the
way.
dojo. We'll spar for a while.
Yeah.
So if I come to the dojo now, is it going to be there?
I should work on my moves.
Okay, this is a little odd. It says come to the dojo, I'll spar. You come to the dojo, he doesn't go in.
Fuku-san. Ryo-san, what I'm going to say may sound strange, but you shouldn't be behaving like this.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be snitching. You know what happens to snitches. Nope. Let's try it one more time.
I should work on my moves.
If I go to practice.
I'll lose my edge if I don't practice.
Nope. What are we going to do? You know what? Let's go find another video to watch. Oh great, now like... No, it's not. Oh. I do like this series. Is it going to be safe to watch? Yeah, this will be fun. Put it in there. Ads. We don't want ads. Skip. Skip trial. Nice. Now we have something to watch while we practice.
On the 17th of July, 1955,
Becoming a professional streamer, dude.
Disneyland Park in California opened for business. It was an almost instant success, with millions of visitors making it their destination of choice year after year. While it has provided happiness and joy to hundreds of millions of people, Disneyland's history has not always been happy. In the course of its many years of operation, it has suffered several accidents and setbacks, some of them rather more unpredictable than others. Since it first opened its gates to the public, dozens of people have died at Disneyland. This is, however, no cause for alarm. When multiple millions of people visit and indeed stay overnight at any attraction, no matter how safe or well regulated it might be, a small number will unavoidably die. They may pass away from natural causes, from pre-existing medical conditions, or as a result of the stress or excitement of their once-in-a-lifetime vacation. In addition to these sad but unavoidable deaths, Disneyland has also seen several high-profile accidents during its long history. For the most part, these have taken place on roller coasters and other thrill rides, attractions where there is an obvious element of danger. These accidents are rare, but when they do take place, the mechanism of the accident is often familiar and understandable. The failure of a harness, a slip, trip or fall, or a guest attempting to exit a ride at a dangerous point in its cycle. In this video, however, we'll be looking at two accidents which took place on attractions that, by most standards, are considered relatively tame. In both cases, there were few obvious dangers. No high speeds, no inversions, no significant drops or powerful G-forces. In both cases, these accidents took place on rides that, at first glance, would have seemed to be amongst the safest in the park. On the 29th of June 1974, a new attraction opened at Disneyland. America Sings was a relatively sedate ride which had been retrofitted into the building which had once housed the Carousel of Progress. Its mechanism was largely the same as the ride which had preceded it. Guests would be loaded into ranks of seating, which would then rotate around a central island where several animatronic scenes would play out. The Carousel of Progress had used this format to show guests the many ways in which technology had advanced since the turn of the century, and to predict what the future might hold. America Sings, the revamped ride, took a different tack, instead offering a whistle-stop tour through the history of American music, from the songs of the Deep South through to modern times. Guests would be treated to a medley of songs throughout the 20-minute show, all of them performed by a cast of animatronic animals. At the start and end of the show, human cast members were responsible for getting guests into and out of the tiered seating. This was the job that 18-year-old Deborah Gale Stone was hired to do during the first summer of the ride's operation. Standing at the front left of the stage, she would use a microphone to welcome each cohort of guests as they arrived, and bid them farewell as they left the attraction at the end of their experience. The brand new attraction had only been running for a week when, one evening, something went wrong. It was around 10:30 PM on the 8th of July, 1974. Deborah had just said goodbye to a group of guests at the end of the attraction, and the ride was moving the ranks of seating into position to start a new cycle. As the outer circle of seating rotated, though, Deborah was caught between the moving wall of the outer ring and the stationary wall of the inner island. To this day, it is unknown why she was in this position. She may have lost her footing, or have been trying to move from the island where she stood to the rotating ring where the audience sat. Whatever the reason, she was caught between the two walls and received severe crushing injuries.
Yikes.
Several guests in an adjoining section of the ride heard Deborah scream as she was caught between the two walls. They alerted staff, and the ride was stopped and evacuated. By the time Deborah was discovered, however, it was too late. She had already passed away. Following the accident, Disney immediately closed the attraction while an investigation took place. Before it reopened 3 days later, an alarm system was installed that would notify operators whenever someone got too close to the dangerous area between walls. This was later supplemented by breakaway walls, which would give way easily if anything did get trapped between them. Deborah's family sued Disney and received an undisclosed settlement. America Sings operated without further incident for more than a decade, before being transformed into an attraction called Innoventions, which resembled an updated Carousel of Progress. It later became the Star Wars Launch Bay, which it remains to this day. Although America Sings is no longer a feature of the park, several animatronics from the show remain in place in other areas of Disneyland, including a stripped-down Goose animatronic in the Star Wars area of the park. Although there is no longer any evidence of America Sings, Deborah Stone herself is remembered to this day as a kind, conscientious, and generous individual whose premature death touched many people, both those who knew her and those who did not.
Meet Suvi, the magical all-in-one countertop kitchen robot.
On the 14th of June, 1958, the sailing ship Columbia was added to Disneyland's roster of attractions. It was a full-scale replica of the first American ship to circumnavigate the globe. While the ship at Disneyland was built at full scale, the journey it would take within the park was considerably shorter. It would carry guests on a 12-minute circuit of the rivers of America, departing roughly every half hour. Though fully equipped with sails and rigging, the ride relied on rails hidden beneath the water to guide the path of the ship, and a gas-powered engine to drive it. On the 24th of December 1998, the sailing ship Columbia was approaching the dock as part of a routine circuit. It pulled in to its final stop slightly faster than normal. This was, ordinarily, no problem at all. The ship would often overshoot the dock, and when it did so, it was standard practice simply to bring it to a complete stop and then reverse it into position so that guests could get on and off. On this occasion, however, one crew member made a fatal mistake. Not realizing that the ship was going to overshoot, they attached a mooring line to a cleat on the dock. As the ship carried on moving forwards, this mooring line pulled taut. A huge amount of tension was created in the line. Too much tension. After just a moment, the cleat ripped away from the dock and shot through the air, smashing violently into the crowd of guests waiting to board. 3 people were injured by the flying cleat. Park guest Luan Fee Dawson was hit in the head, and later died from his injuries. His wife also received serious facial injuries, while the cast member who had mistakenly attached the mooring line suffered serious injuries to their foot. The scene was an incredibly distressing one, with several cast members and guests who had not been physically injured still requiring hospital treatment due to shock. An investigation revealed the cause of the accident. It had indeed been caused by the actions of the cast member who attempted to moor the ship before it had come to a complete standstill. But it wasn't entirely their fault. They were filling in for another employee, and had not been familiarized with the exact workings of the ride. In addition to this, the mooring rope was made of the wrong material. It should have been a hemp rope that would break easily under tension, but instead it had been substituted with a much more elastic nylon rope, apparently in an attempt to reduce costs.
I know I don't have this whole collection.
Family sued Disneyland, eventually settling for an undisclosed sum. Disney changed the way in which all rides were staffed, and after a brief interval, the sailing ship Columbia was reopened. It remains a feature of the park to this day. There has never been another incident as serious or as deadly as that which took place on the 24th of December, 1998.
Maybe I should get another.
America Sings and the sailing ship Columbia are, by most reckonings, relatively tame rides. But even rides which appear sedate or safe are often still incredibly complicated and powerful machines.
What?
Machines which can potentially go wrong in deadly ways if they are not maintained, if the staff running them are not correctly trained, or if pieces of equipment are substituted out for others. Since these accidents, Disney has made great efforts to improve its safety record. While no theme park can ever be 100% safe, these accidents now represent a sad part of the park's history. They are tragedies that, all being well, should never be repeated.
Wow, dude. Okay, it now should be bedtime. There you go, game. Yeah, you don't even see that girl until the sequel. Unlike the sequel was actually developed at the same time as the original game was. Which is good, because the first game took forever.
Today's allowance.
But thanks to that, the second game was able to come out just a couple of years later. Or was it the next year? Oh, I realized I'm going to skip our cat. Somebody's got to go back and feed the cat. Can't trust Megumi to do that. Oh, I don't know if I've gotten all of the Sonic things. I'm pretty sure I'm missing at least one Sonic. I'm pretty sure there's a Sonic 3 toy. But all I keep getting are dupes. Oh no, what's going on?
Oh, hi, Dil.
Hi, Megumi. What's up?
Look! Up there!
Casper.
But I'm worried she can't come down.
Don't worry. Cats like high places.
Yeah. Her
leg seems fine. It's no problem, Megumi.
Okay.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Nozomi.
Hi, Ryo.
Is that medicine?
Megumi was worried, so...
Right.
She roped you into this game too, huh?
Her leg's okay now.
That's good.
Guess we don't need this. Well, gotta get back to the shop.
I'll take it. cat's doing so much better. Let's give her the canteen anyway.
You hungry? Here.
She's eating!
She must have been very hungry.
Yeah, and she looks real happy. Thank you, doll.
Alright, let's go get ourselves over to the harbor. We gotta start at our new job. We're gonna use our patented bus summoning technique. What? The bus went the wrong way. Alright, I don't think it's working this time.
Excuse me.
Let's talk to this random lady. You know, I bet if I talked to her at just the right time, I could cause her to miss the bus. But then again, I'd miss the bus too, so let's not do that.
Sorry. Please let me enjoy my break in peace.
I guess so.
You're not on break, you're waiting for the bus. What are you talking about? Gotta patiently wait in line. Alright, it's 10:30, so we do have a little bit of time. I know exactly what we'll do. If I keep buying tapes, I might end up getting the one getting the drawing for the Supersonic. That's what we're going for.
I'll take this.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much.
Isn't that the same lady who worked at the travel agency? No, wait, that's not her.
Sure, draw a raffle ticket.
No win.
That's too bad.
You don't seem all that disappointed. Harbor beats. Yes.
This one.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. Sure, draw a raffle ticket.
No win.
say?
Man, this game just hates me. Never had such bad luck.
Toy capsules. 100 yen each, huh?
We could always try for the knights.
Maybe just one.
Oh, come on. I don't think that's gonna work, Wrexham.
I should try again. It's the same one.
Well, I give up. Honestly.
I should try again. Changed my mind.
Now he's just depressed.
One game, 100 yen. I'll play it once.
Need some darts to cheer me up.
So close. All right. So close.
Oh, that's terrible. I don't think I'm gonna beat the high score now.
So close. Last one. No good.
What was that?
Game over. I'll quit.
You know what's interesting is I noticed something yesterday when I went into the creator dashboard here on Twitch. There's this little section that kind of tells you where people came to your stream from. And there was actually a small percentage apparently came here from the website Shenmue Dojo. So I don't know if somebody's like posting links on my stream on that website or how did that happen, but I don't know, man. Maybe they love me in my streams. Either that or they're making fun of my streams. Either way, it's cool. I'm glad they're here. Hope they're enjoying the stream. Shenmue Dojo is a very old website from what I remember. It was around even in the early 2000s. I think so. I seem to remember that. Wait, Big Blue Door, #1. This isn't the right place. Oh, have I forgotten the meeting place? There was some Big Blue Open Doors #1. Oh, okay. Yeah, here you go. Good. Supposed to meet the Fawns over here. Yeah, it's an actual name. I believe his name is Goro. Like from Mortal Kombat. Sadly, he only has 2 arms instead of 4. That'd be a lot cooler.
Yo, bro! I've got you a job, man!
Really? Thanks.
But you know, I had to go through quite a lot of hassle for you though, bro!
What'd you say? That'd be the job I found.
Shut your lip, woman!
Hello, Mai.
Rude.
Hey! You two know each other?
Airhead here asked me to find it for you. I'm always delivering lunch to Harbor Dorm, so I asked the foreman I know for you.
Batting her little eyes like, oh, pretty please, Mr. Foreman, huh?
Ow! So, where should I go?
Be at the Alpha Trading Office by 2 p.m.
Just ask for Yada-san. You have an appointment.
2 p.m. Yada-san, Alpha Trading Office. Thanks a lot.
See ya!
So, wait a minute, that's the sister, right? That's the girl whose friends we beat up yesterday.
Excuse me.
What do you want?
Are you Yada-san?
Yeah, that's me.
Mai-san at the lunch stand mentioned me.
Oh, yes. Mai from the lunch stand. Yes, she did. Can you start right away?
Yes.
You, ever drive a forklift?
No, sir.
Well... break something, it'll be deducted.
Yes.
Yes.
Hey, Mark! Come here a sec!
Oh, it's the birdwatching guy.
Okay, Mark will take it from here.
I see.
Mark, show him how to drive the forklift.
Okay, boss.
Hello, I'm Ryo Hazuki.
Hey man, I'm Mark. I'm sure we'll get along just fine. Driving the forklift, it's easy. You'll get the hang of it real quick.
Oh, okay.
All aboard?
Oh yeah, this is probably one of the most infamous parts of the whole game. Is having to drive a forklift.
Okay, you ready? Let's start your lesson. First turn the wheel either left or right.
Really?
Good, that's it. Next press the accelerator. Press the accelerator harder.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Now back up. Different from accelerating.
Oh my goodness, I've driven a vehicle before.
Yeah, that's it. Finally try raising and lowering the lift.
How do I do that exactly?
No, that's reverse.
Okay. Oh, hey, first person. How exactly do I raise the thing? Hey, I have a horn. Okay, that's the important part. Which button does it? Oh, was that A?
Okay, not too bad. Now, you try moving that crate. Take that crate to warehouse number 3, just there. First slide the fork under the crate. Then lift the crate and go.
Hey, it says Dreamcast on that box.
Easy, ain't it? Okay, now it's your turn. Place the crate within the grid marking the floor of the warehouse. Okay, for the rest of the day, you'll be training, alright? Take the rest of the crates to warehouse number 3.
Okay.
I gotta get back to work, so finish the rest yourself.
No problem.
Okay, so it seems A does all the work. Okay, I think we got this. Just right there. You have to wonder what Yu Suzuki was thinking. Like, oh, you know what the gamers really want? I want to drive a forklift. Out of the way. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of forklift driving coming up for a good part of the game. And it's kind of important because the more crates you get done, the more you get paid. Which means the more duplicates we can get when we buy capsules. Yeah, that doesn't work. There was a separate button for raising and lowering the crane, but unfortunately there, or the lift, but unfortunately there just isn't. You have to press A either way. I think we can take advantage of the fact that it's already in a middle position and just lift. Oh yeah. This hot gameplay right here. Wasn't there a racing game where Ryo Hazuki made like a cameo and he was driving a forklift? I may be misremembering this. I know he was a character, he was like a DLC character in, let's see, I think Sonic Racing Transformed. But in it he was actually driving the Hang-On arcade machine. That's what I remember. Like I said, if you have YouTube videos of something you find interesting, this would definitely be a good time. Actually, it'd be a good time for quite a few hours because there's going to be a lot of this going on. The thing is too, is you have to be very efficient with how you drop these. That affects how many you can get down. Oh, is it over? Oh, he looks tired.
Oh, good work.
Thank you.
You're getting used to the forklift.
I suppose so.
About your wage. You start at 300 yen per crate. There's a quota every day, so don't go slacking off.
Oh, that's 3 whole toy capsules per crate.
If you do good enough and meet quota, I'll give you a raise.
Nice.
I understand.
Well, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Yo.
Mark.
I need you to come tomorrow at 9 a.m., okay?
Yeah, sure.
There's something we gotta do before work.
What's that?
Before work? Really?
Yeah, man. You'll see when you get here. Oh, and don't be late.
Okay.
Okay. So don't be late to 9 a.m. tomorrow. So this is our life now. We're gonna be showing up here every day, driving forklifts. What is this lady doing? Is the cat blocking you? Interesting.
I should look around a bit more.
Wait, why? I wanted to catch the bus. Is there any reason to do this? Okay, I guess we're gonna go search around a bit more. Hey, is that our friend Goro? Let's go talk to Goro.
Goro,
What's groovin', bro?
you know about the Mad Angels?
Oh yeah, working hard, eh, bro?
Why are you shouting?
Don't you know, bro? You don't say that name so loud.
Why not?
Just because.
You know about the Mad Angels?
Hey! Oh, bro! Didn't I ask you not to say that so loud? That kind of talk is taboo around here.
Why?
I ain't privy to say. I don't know what you're trying to find out about, but I wouldn't be as indiscreet as you're being if I's you.
Oh, about the Mad Angels?
I done told you, bro. Don't say that so loud. Extreme bad news, that gang.
Really? See you around.
You bet, bro.
Don't say that name so loud. Oh, so yeah, about the Mad Angels. Ooh, let's ask Mark.
I'm out of here, Mark.
Hey, good work. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Never mind. Why am I still here? Is there something I'm supposed to see? Ooh, it says Mad Angels over there. Nothing I can do here right now. Well, I don't know exactly what it is that they want me to find, but I'm sure eventually they'll just kick me out. Let's ask the police.
Excuse me, do you have time?
I'm in a rush to get somewhere. Ask another security guard.
Is that so? Do you have a minute?
Huh?
Do you know anything about the Mad Angels?
The Mad Angels? Oh, them?
Do you know anything about them?
Sure, that they're real annoying jerks. They're dumping their garbage into the sea. It's scary
jerks.
for the fish, you know?
I see.
I mean, okay. Yeah, don't worry. The Mad Angel sign, I'm sure, means absolutely nothing. It's just graffiti. Maybe that guy from Jet Grind Radio put it there. Let's ask the lunch lady. She seems to know what's up.
Will.
Do you know anything about the Mad Angels?
Mad? What? I haven't a clue. What is it?
If you don't know, don't worry about it. I'll be on my way.
Yeah.
Okay. How about you?
I want to ask you something.
Sorry. Come back later, will ya?
Does anybody know anything around here? Oh, I know exactly who to ask.
Goro.
How's it hanging, bro?
Oh, about the Mad Angels?
I done told you, bro. Don't say that so loud. Extreme bad news, that gang.
Really? See you around.
You bet, bro.
Well, there's always a security guard out front.
Huh? Do you know anything about the Mad Angels?
The Mad Angels? You shouldn't get yourself involved in that stuff. You could get hurt.
I see.
I think that ever stops me from doing anything.
I've got plenty of time to ask around.
No, I gotta go get to bed. Who am I supposed to ask? Well, I do have an idea of what I could do. We're gonna go give our friends a call. See, I even still have the phone number written down. We're gonna call Master Chen.
Hello?
Mother's Earth.
Comrades.
Comrades.
Father's Heaven.
9 dragons.
Warehouse number 8.
Master Chen, please.
Excuse me, but you are...
My name is Hazuki.
Just a moment. What is it?
Yeah. I must consult Master Chen. Arrange us a meeting.
Father's not around.
Well, could you meet me? I need to talk.
Come if you must.
That's a very strange line.
Hey, wait! Excuse me.
What just happened? Oh my goodness. It crashed. The game crashed. You have got to be kidding me. The game crashed. Oh my goodness, how far back is the progress going to go? All the pulls gone. All the pulls were duplicates. I'm so screwed, aren't I? No. The whole day is gone. It's gone. Oh my goodness. I can't even skip the cutscene. Alright, I guess we better start preparing a YouTube video. Ooh, this one looks interesting. What? Cannot believe this. Alright, here's what we're going to do. Let me set this up. I just found this one on my recommend. This should be good. Desi would love this one. Forgot to check on the cat again.
In the mid-19th century, in the northeastern region of the United States, there was a new pastime that people could not get enough of: picnics. While picnics had been a French pastime for over a century, Americans did not begin to indulge in the practice until the early 1800s, and then it was almost exclusively for the upper class. By the mid-19th century, though, people of all means were packing a basket, finding a picturesque location, and sitting on a blanket to enjoy a meal. Maybe somebody would bring a guitar and play some tunes. Maybe some couples would sneak off for some alone time. Maybe some guy in a boat would row by to watch. Everyone loves a picnic. And for those living near Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, one of the most popular picnic locations was Kenny's Grove, a beautiful section of a farm owned by a man named Anthony Kenny. Located southeast of Pittsburgh in the Mifflin Township, Kenny's Grove was a popular picnic location with a beautiful view of the Monongahela River Valley. The area would become so popular in the latter half of the 19th century that in 1898, the Monongahela Street Railways Company sought to create a picnic park at the end of their Mifflin streetcar line. The company leased land from the Kenny family and renamed the picnic area to Kennywood Park. This type of trolley park was common throughout the United States, and they were typically created to increase railway profits, especially on the weekends. As with many trolley parks, Kennywood Park would not remain a picnic park forever. In 1898, just a year after leasing the land, Monongahela added a dance pavilion, the casino building restaurant, and Kennywood's first ride, a carousel. The following year, a bandstand was constructed, and the year after that, in 1901, Kennywood built another new ride, named the Old Mill. The Old Mill was not a unique ride to Kennywood, but rather an entire category of amusement park ride. Old Mills are slow-moving boat rides, with no steep inclines or declines. The water in many of these rides are moved, as the name suggests, by a mill. Old Mills were best known for their significant indoor stretches that were most often in pitch-black darkness. This led many couples to take advantage of the dark portions for romance-related activity, leading to the Old Mill getting its more recognizable name, the Tunnel of Love. These seemed to sprout up all over the place in the late 19th and early 20th century, in World's Fairs, state fairs, trolley parks, and amusement parks, and their reputation soon became a marketing ploy, with more and more Old Mills receiving branding of a romantic or sexual nature. The Old Mill at Kennywood was one of the first Old Mill rides, and although it was never branded specifically as a Tunnel of Love, local couples found that it worked just the same. Kennywood's Old Mill would receive several themes and overlays during its first few years of operation. It was first themed to the Fairyland floats, then to the canals of Venice, and later to the Panama Canal, which at the time was an extremely topical theme as the actual Panama Canal had just debuted. After the Panama Canal theme, the Old Mill became the Rapids Gorge and then the Fairyland floats again, before returning to its classic name, the Old Mill. In 1922, the ride underwent a refurbishment and received a new facade to appear more like a New England mill, and had its ride system overhauled and enlarged. Arguably the biggest change to the Old Mill in its early years would come after the ride caught on fire and burned to the ground, being rebuilt for the 1926 season and receiving new theming with comic supplement characters, including Happy Hooligan, the Katzenjammer Kids, and Jiggs and Maggie.
Wow,
in 1936,
classics.
the Old Mill was redecorated again with 8 new theatrically lit pictures. Another major refurbishment to the ride occurred in 1940. During this season, the Old Mill received a renovation with new animations. The refurbishment featured 7 well-known characters from comic strips and cartoons, including Blondie, Popeye, the Lone Ranger, the Little King, Tarzan, Gulliver, and Little Henry. In 1957, the Old Mill was themed to a trip around the world. The comic characters were replaced with scenes of Hawaii, a kangaroo in Australia, a tiger in Asia, an elephant in Africa, and even Santa Claus in the North Pole. The loading area was also given an animatronic band of monkeys that would play music for guests in the queue, which was apparently auctioned off just 1 month before I started writing this video, although it sold for $2,300, which is more than I've ever spent on an animatronic monkey band. For the 1974 season, the Old Mill would receive its most significant thematic overhaul to date, becoming Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway. This retheme sent riders through an Old West ghost town, with comical and frightening scenes of skeletons placed throughout the ride. Some of these figures were animated, and sound effects were added to a few sections. This is the first version of the attraction that has been well documented, and it showcases the creative placement of the show scenes throughout the ride track. The Old Mill's middle section consists of 3 circles. In the center of these, outdoor show scenes were constructed, with parts of the tunnel being removed and replaced with fencing so guests could look outside. There are also 4 show buildings where dark ride scenes have been placed. Despite the creative theming of Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway, the Old Mill continued to be known for one thing. Kennywood's director of community and government relations put it best, explaining, quote, "It didn't matter what the theme was. Anyone who rode that ride in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, they were not on that ride to look at the scenes."
It's a place for cuddling and to sort of make out canoodle. You're a little bit nervous about getting on the Old Mill with a girl the first time because you might end up getting slapped, but you also might end up getting, a snuggle.
In 1984, the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette did a feature on the ride's reputation of romance. When interviewed, 15-year-old Missy Stash said, quote, "Everyone goes in there and really goes at it. You should see. Some of the boats come out and there's nobody in them." 61-year-old Ellen Ammon, recalling her Old Mill trips from the 1930s, remembered that the boys would bring string onto the ride. In the dark portions, they would brush the string along the necks of girls to convince them that there were spiders and water snakes in the tunnels, in an effort to hold them close through their terror. Another common occurrence was seeing couples buttoning up their shirts while exiting the attraction. An uptick in romantic activity in the Old Mill was met with an increase in supervision from the park. Kennywood employees would be stationed at various points throughout the ride, armed with a flashlight and a disapproving stare. They would rarely intervene if the activity was nothing more than a kiss, but for anything more than that, the young couples would be told to knock it off. At one point in the 1960s, Kennywood employees were given a plastic bat and were instructed that if they saw the naked buttocks of any rider, they were to smack them with the bat. This was very effective and almost always prompted the embarrassed couples to quickly redress themselves for the remainder of the journey. This solution was actually quite popular in Old Mills, as this photo from a different Tunnel of Love proves. Kennywood would later install cameras and a PA system so that employees could tell riders to stop their behavior without having to assault them in the dark. Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway understandably dropped the alliterative name in 1992, reverting back to the Old Mill but keeping the rest of the theming. As the Old Mill entered the 2000s, officially celebrating its 100th birthday, Kennywood was weighing the pros and cons of the ride. Due to its age and design, the attraction required a lot of maintenance and took up a significant amount of land at the park. Kennywood is well known for constantly building new attractions and creating new experiences
to see how Garfield
push
plays
locals
into this.
to come back each season. So it was not out of the question to tear down the Old Mill and replace it with something more modern and thrilling. However, the management at Kennywood also cares deeply for the history of its park, and few, if any, wanted to see the park's oldest attraction torn down. So 100 years after its opening and 30 years after its last major refurbishment, a refresh of the Old Mill was on everyone's minds. Kennywood wanted to find a way to keep the historic ride in the park, but update it to appeal to modern audiences. And the answer to this would come in the form of a powerful cat, named Garfield. Garfield is a comic strip written by cartoonist Jim Davis that debuted in 1976. The eponymous orange tabby cat needs no introduction. The general public is well aware of his love of lasagna, hatred of Mondays, and his trademark laziness. Garfield, along with his dorky owner John, John's naive dog Odie, and a cast of other recurring characters quickly found their ways into the comic sections of newspapers across the country. By 1982, the strip was appearing in over 1,000 newspapers. Over the next 2 decades, as the comic and character rose in popularity, Garfield would spawn an unprecedented amount of merchandise and media, including toys, books, video games, TV specials, and much more. Despite Garfield being a household name and his face being on everything from tea kettles to lava lamps, he was noticeably absent in amusement parks. It seemed that every major park chain had a classic cartoon character as a mascot. Disney had Mickey Mouse and Friends, Universal had Woody Woodpecker, Cedar Fair had the Peanuts Gang, and Six Flags had the Looney Tunes. Garfield's omission from the medium was not lost on his creator. In 1988, when asked if Garfield would enter the theme park business, Davis said, quote, "I wouldn't touch it. Never." And that's the history of Garfield and theme parks. Wait, 8 years later he changed his mind. Wonder why. In 1996, plans were announced for a 535-acre theme park to be located in Davis's home state of Indiana, near Indianapolis in Hendricks County. The project was named the Heartland Festival Entertainment Complex, and at the heart of the park would be Garfield's universe, a land dedicated to the character. This would include a character carousel, Arbuckle's picnic coaster, a ride called Garfield's Extreme Adventure, an Odie tongue slide, Irma's Diner, and Mama Leone's restaurant, which would serve, of course, lasagna. The park was planned to open in 1997 and was a joint effort between a Michigan development company and Davis's company, Paws Inc. The cost of the project was estimated to be $120 million. By all accounts, Davis was significantly involved in the park's design, even going so far as to have a special Garfield theme park planning room and even conceptualizing the more mundane aspects of the project,
Jazzy is
such as the
missing this
garbage
content.
cans and restrooms.
Thinking about going solar, but not sure whether it's worth it for your home? Well, before...
On top of the design contractors, Davis reached out to other amusement park operators to consult on the project during its early stages. This was when Davis first reached out to the Kennywood Entertainment Company, which owned 5 small parks in and around Pennsylvania, including Kennywood in West Mifflin. A year after the announcement, the opening date was pushed back to 1998. Despite significant utilities and groundwork being completed, the project struggled to find the remainder of its funding. The following year, the park rebranded to Garfield's Adventure America and scaled back on its plans, opting to construct and debut the Garfield area first, with the opening now planned for 1999. By this point, a significant number of Hendricks County residents opposed the project, even forming a group called Citizens Opposing Amusement Park, or COPE. The theme park was pushed back another year with a projected opening of 2000. In December of 1999, Kennywood officials attended the International Association of Amusement Parks and Attractions Convention and Trade Show. It is here that they learned that Garfield was available to license. It seemed that while Garfield's Adventure America was in a state of limbo, Davis was looking to integrate the character elsewhere, at least temporarily, and Kennywood Entertainment was reportedly one of his top choices, specifically the historic Kennywood Park as well as lake compounds in Connecticut. Kim Campbell, a spokesperson for Paws Inc., explained, quote, "Jim liked the long histories of both parks, the family-friendly atmosphere, and the fact that they were picnic areas. Jim said the parks were a perfect fit for Garfield, who never met a picnic he didn't like. You didn't think that picnic stuff was gonna come back, did ya?" An agreement was made between Kennywood and Paws Inc. for a 1-year licensing deal to have Garfield and Odie become the mascots of both Kennywood and Lake Compounds. This is despite the fact that Kennywood and Lake Compounds already had mascots. Kennywood had Kenny the Kangaroo, and Lake Compounds had Kyle the Crocodile. Both parks assured fans that Garfield and Odie would stand alongside the legacy characters and would not be replacing them. This integration in the northeastern park seemed to conflict with the appeal of Garfield's Adventure America in Indiana. However, it was revealed that the developers of the Indiana park only had the exclusive rights to the character within a 150-mile radius, and that Jim Davis and Paws Inc. had never financially invested in the park. The developers assured the public and their investors that Garfield's integration at Kennywood and Lake Compounds would not detract from the appeal of Garfield's Adventure America. But at this point, many were convinced that the park would never be built. Meanwhile, at the Kennywood parks, Garfield and Odie were fitting right in, taking photos with guests, selling merchandise, and appearing in advertisements. The integration was successful enough that Kennywood and Paws Inc. extended their agreement, further cementing Garfield's presence in the parks. Kennywood's Kittyland would receive more Garfield theming, and in 2002, the first Garfield ride opened at Kennywood, named Garfield's Pounce Bounce, a kitty bounce tower made to look like a block of cheese, covered in mice, and adorned with a Garfield statue. As Garfield continued to increase his presence at Kennywood, the park in Indiana was finally canceled. The developer had been sued by one of its contractors for lack of payment, and not long after this, it was revealed that the park owed $166,000 in back taxes. The park was soon foreclosed on, and the development company filed for bankruptcy. By 2003, the project was dead, and the county was redistricting the land where the park would have sat. Despite the failure of the park, Davis was still passionate about Garfield's presence in theme parks, and since he and his company already had a successful relationship with Kennywood, it only made sense to go all in on the Pennsylvania park. It was time for Garfield to get his own dark ride. It was at this point that the history of the Old Mill and the history of Garfield collided. Davis and Paws Inc. wanted a Garfield dark ride, and Kennywood wanted to retheme the Old Mill. The timing was perfect, and even better, Kennywood already had a designer in mind. Larry Kirshner, the owner of the haunted house design firm Halloween Productions, had recently installed an attraction at Kennywood, telling park management that if there ever came an opportunity to design a dark ride, Kirshner and Halloween Productions wanted in. Kirshner recalled wanting to design a dark ride so bad that he would almost do it for free. When the Garfield Old Mill retheme was discussed, Kennywood reached out to Kirshner, who happily accepted the job. Kirshner's plans for the attraction included animatronics and 3D effects, and his background in haunted houses would lead him to pitch a Garfield ride with horror and comedy aspects, not dissimilar to the Old Mill's Hard-Headed Harold theme.
Garfield and
However,
horror.
Kirshner's plans were too
Perfect
ambitious.
match.
He recalled, quote, "We wanted to make it look like a billboard smashes open and there's a Frankenstein food character, and then we squirt them all with water. I wanted to do other CGI effects so it wasn't so static and so the characters were interacting with them. Obviously, big effects like this were difficult to achieve in the retheme's limited budget, but the team ran into another issue entirely. Kennywood officials explained to Kirshner and Halloween Productions that, quote, "We can't make it too great because too many people would want to ride it. It has a pretty limited capacity since it's a boat ride." Pete McEnany, the general manager of Kennywood Entertainment, remembered, quote, "One of the things we had to do was not make it too spectacular because it doesn't have a high capacity. So with a small budget and an explicit directive to make the ride no better than good, the team marched forward." Kirshner imagined guests riding through the Old Mill as though they were riding through a Garfield book. The premise for the ride was that Garfield was having a nightmare, which would give the team an excuse to incorporate horror elements and retain some of the dark portions. One point of contention in the ride's history was the involvement of Jim Davis and Paws Inc. While Davis certainly wanted the ride to be built and approved it, there was a dispute as to how involved he was in the creative process. McEnany recalled that Davis wrote the script for the ride and drew the concept art, but Kirshner recalled, quote, "We did 20 or 30 drawings. He didn't do anything. I never talked to Jim Davis. The biggest thing was he or someone gave us some Garfield books and then we had to figure out which story we wanted to tell." Despite the obstacles, Kirshner and Halloween Productions were able to pull off a substantial retheme to the Old Mill, resulting in the most elaborate overlay in the ride's 103-year-old history. How this version would be received by the public, though, was still uncertain. On May 1st, 2004, Kennywood opened for the season.
Imagine making
with
out in a
brand new
Garfield theme
attraction,
ride. That'd be
Garfield's
really weird.
Nightmare. The retheme to the Old Mill was dedicated with a small ceremony, at which Garfield and Odie took their first ride. Kenny the Kangaroo was also in attendance, although he could not fit into the boat with the other characters. Guests entered the attraction under the large signage, twisting around an outdoor queue with the familiar Old Mill show building intact. With a small adjustment, in the window of the mill house, a frightened Garfield could be seen inside as the shutters opened and closed. While waiting in line, riders viewed TV screens that explained the history of the ride and featured clips of Garfield. As guests entered the loading area, they were surprisingly handed 3D glasses to wear on the attraction. After riders loaded into their boat, they would take a left turn, passing a guard station revealing that the ride was covered in cameras. Reportedly, this was intentionally put in plain sight as another deterrent for romantic activity. As guests climbed a short lift
Who
hill,
gets romantic
they heard
in a
mysterious
Garfield
booming
ride?
voice.
I mean, come on.
This is the most
That's just weird.
adventure you will ever be on. Unless you have cheese. I like cheese. So give me some cheese and
enjoy your ride.
After a right turn, guests went down a passageway covered in glowing advertisements for PepsiCo products, which was unsurprisingly Kennywood's food and drink vendor. This was also the first of many blacklight scenes, and the walls were splattered with fluorescent material, which was definitely added by Halloween Productions during the refurbishment and was not the result of 103 years of bad aim. This is also where the 3D glasses came into play. Rather than being a stereoscopic 3D effect in which two images are made into one to simulate depth, Garfield's Nightmare used chroma depth, which diffracts colors through a holographic film. This results in certain colors popping into the foreground while others are pushed into the background. The warm colors, red, orange, and yellow, are the ones pulled forward, while blue, indigo, and violet are pushed back. This effect works best with bright primary and secondary colors, which inadvertently gave the ride a distinct color scheme. The chroma depth effect is commonly used in haunted houses, and Kirshner and his team are industry leaders in the style. A benefit of the style is that unlike stereoscopic 3D, riders could view the ride without glasses, and would not have the ghosting effect seen when watching a polarized or anaglyph 3D setup without glasses. A nice, possible coincidence was that Garfield was famously orange, so the character would always pop to the foreground while the background and other characters in the ride would be painted with blue or green colors. If you'd like to try this out for yourself, you can find cheap chroma depth glasses online and watch a POV of the ride with the brightness turned all the way up. It's just like the real thing. After the product placement tunnel, riders encounter their first Garfield strip, which depicts Garfield falling asleep after a big meal, thus beginning his nightmare. The strips appearing in the ride were previously released Garfield strips and not created specifically for the attraction. After this, guests enter the first scene, in which Garfield's messy house begins to come alive, with the door swinging open and shut. Garfield's voice plays overhead, repeating,
I never met an ice cream truck I didn't like.
Another strip depicted Garfield depressed that he couldn't catch the ice cream truck. In the next scene, the ice cream truck finally appears, but in a twist, the truck, driven by ice cream cones, is chasing after Garfield. Another strip depicted Garfield scaring the mailman, a running gag in the comics. The next scene shows the mailman smiling as an angry dog opens and closes its jaws. The next strip features another running gag from the comics, in which Garfield torments spiders. Predictably, the next scene is of a large spider tormenting Garfield. This pattern continues with another running gag, Garfield eating a fish in a fishbowl, followed by a scene of a fish eating Garfield. The most terrifying part of the ride thus far is arguably this chair. While not explicitly referenced in the ride, another running gag from the comic strip is Garfield using John's chair as a scratching post, and it appears that this chair, while not getting direct revenge on Garfield, is having a great time watching. The next scene shows Garfield's vet Liz holding a giant needle, with Garfield tied up by a rope, held by an Igor-type character. The needle would blow a puff of air.
I did more crates this time, and I still only got 2,000.
Garfield attacking the pizza delivery man, and the next scene shows the pizza delivery man and evil pizza boxes attacking Garfield. The next strip
Garfield aren't exactly.
The strip depicts Garfield mentioning that
mix.
he's going to the kitchen, with a depressed-looking John saying nothing. The next scene is one of the most difficult to decipher. On the right side of the boat, the appliances in the kitchen have come to life in menacing fashion, while boxes of lasagna have formed a kick line on the table. On the left side of the boat, a terrified Garfield is surrounded by an evil-looking John and a monstrous Odie, who appears to have torn off his long tongue and wrapped it around his body like a coat. There is also a zombie hot dog monster strapped to a table wearing sunglasses. The final strip and scene shows John asking Garfield to catch mice, which Garfield refuses to do. In the comic strip, Garfield will eat just about anything besides mice. Despite this, in Garfield's nightmare, the mice still want revenge on him, cooking up a cat stew. As the ride nears its end, the characters that were tormenting Garfield moments ago are now lined up, smiling as the boat passes. Garfield's voice instructs guests that a photo op is coming up.
Oh yeah, got a photo opportunity coming up. Doesn't get any better than that.
The mouse from the beginning of the ride instructs guests to smile as a large camera is clearly placed so that guests may pose for the picture. As guests reach the end of the ride, a final strip appears on the wall. Garfield says, quote, "What a great ride. It was kinda scary, but it's over now," while the creatures from the ride follow close behind. This appears to be the only Garfield strip created specifically for the attraction.
Take a trip beyond your backyard. Compare your way there.
I gotta figure out how to get these ads to stop playing.
NerdWallet.
Garfield's Nightmare was drastically different than the Old Mill Kennywood regulars were used to, and any significant change would have its detractors. However, Garfield's Nightmare almost immediately developed a cult of hatred among parkgoers, with many citing its cheap effects, product placement, and overall bizarre nature. It was too scary for many children, and too Garfield for many adults. For longtime Kennywood fans, it felt like a betrayal of the historic Old Mill. But in all fairness, they probably just weren't around for the 1920s version that featured Jiggs and Maggie, the Garfield and Odie of the 20s. As far as a Garfield ride goes, it successfully featured many classic characters and famous scenarios from the comics, and the original art that Kirshner and his team created for the ride looked like it was pulled straight out of a Garfield strip. Despite the low budget, the attraction featured solid gags and some terrifying imagery. But who cares what Kennywood regulars, Garfield fans, or even children think? The real demographic that matters is the one that gave the Old Mill its century-long reputation: young couples. In a Pittsburgh Post-Gazette report before the ride's opening, Kennywood officials assured fans that, quote, "We haven't messed with what made the Old Mill, which the Gazette took to mean that, quote, "Couples will still be able to find a suitable spot along the way to, exchange pleasantries." This persistent mentioning in official media of the ride's reputation as a love tunnel sent me down a rabbit hole that I could not have anticipated. Full disclosure for anyone that is not aware, every amusement park ride you have ever been on or will ever go on has been the setting for some funny business. Whether it's at your local amusement park or at Walt Disney World,
my childhood ruined.
If you can be seated within arm's reach of another person, someone has found a way to do something on that ride. I talk about amusement park rides all the time, and I never mention this, because it's never notable. It's just a given. However, in all of my research, I have never come across a ride in which major publications, journalists, have reported consistently, constantly, on a ride's reputation like the Old Mill at Kennywood. I found a newspaper article from 1934 talking about how the ride is a great spot for couples, and the 1984 article in which couples were interviewed about their romantic activity pushed me over the edge. Not what I meant. After hearing mention that sometimes boats would pull into the station with no one inside, I knew that I had to go deeper. Dang it, look, if you're just interested in the physical history of amusement park rides and you don't care about the culture attached to the old mill, I'd recommend skipping to this time code.
We're going to pause for a sec. I might actually get a new cutscene here. Oh. I should probably also hide the thing so you don't... Alright, we may get back to that in a second.
Hey, wait! Excuse me, I need to meet Master Chen. What's your name? Ryo Hazuki. I've been expecting you, sir. Please, go on in.
Oh, that's interesting. The last time I came here, the gate was partially closed. I wonder if that's because it was nighttime. So I wonder if it's like a crashing thing where if you hit nighttime, but when you do this, it'll crash. Dude, I wonder if the Dreamcast version does that too. Alright, let's see if this guy has anything new to say to us. Gotta raise the volume a bit. Oh, here it is.
Guizan, what do you want, Hazuki? I want you to tell me something. What's that? The Mad Angels? How can I meet them? Don't know. Come on, tell me. I don't know. Guizan, give it up. I said I don't know. Man. The Mad Angels? Enough already. I told you I don't know. But get lost. I have work to do. I don't need you to tell me that.
Okay. Very specific. Well, I'm glad we did all that and crashed and had to redo the whole day just for that. Wow. Oh well. Let's see. Dude, we gotta finish the video.
For those remaining, there was a significant amount of documentation as to how Kennywood attempted to police young lovers on the ride, but little was known on how these riders were able to accomplish some of the feats that they were boasting about. Were these legends true, or were they fiction? In the name of research, I tweeted the following. Have you or someone you know ever made out or made love in the Old Mill Dark Ride at Kennywood Amusement Park?
This is going to be a problem.
If so, please email your story to imadeloveintheoldmill@defunctland.com. I followed up this tweet clarifying that I didn't want details of the activity, I wanted to know where in the ride people jumped out. And either no one saw this reply or they didn't care, because I did receive many emails, and most of them contained graphic detailing of activities that took place in the Old Mill. To borrow a bit of Pittsburghese, yins are nasty. Of the 56 messages I received, only 3 were obviously fake, and the vast majority contained details far too specific to be made up, mentioning school trips or special events that I verified were accurate. I'm not going to share any of these and assert that they are 100% true, but here are a few of the more interesting submissions with redacted bits for anonymity and appropriateness. Feel free to pause and read at your own pace.
Oh, no, I can't do that. Wait, let's read one. Hi, this is in no way related to that thing, although I guess some people are into it. When I was about 10 or so on Kennywood Day, my friend was in the boat in front of us, and at the time we were big into aerial dumps, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's basically taking a dump from the highest area you possibly could. Trees were commonly used, as was standing on the lid of the toilet seat. Well, no parents were around, and sure enough, my friend stood up on the ride and screamed aerial dump and took a big wet one right into the water. I'm still disgusted by that ride to this day. Okay. Wow.
In the end, the email submissions did provide a few interesting insights. First, smart couples would come in packs, try to space out their boat departures as best they could from other riders, and then run their hands on either side of the boat to slow their motion. thus extending the ride and their time in the dark. Second, there are at least 2 people who claim to know someone that was conceived on this ride. Maybe it's you. Third, most surprising, the Garfield overlay did not deter many people from treating the old mill as the same tunnel of love previous generations had enjoyed. In fact, the majority of my emails were about acts of passion that took place in the neon-lit tunnels of Garfield's Nightmare. Some people noted that the Garfield theming diminished the aura of romance, while others admitted that they believe it added to it. Some even purposefully sought it out. Maybe ironically, maybe not. As one emailer so eloquently put it, quote, "Garfield knows all of our sins." Goodness. Perhaps the greatest sin, though, was the lack of upkeep and proper maintenance that Garfield's Nightmare experienced. Within just a few years, the screens in the queue were removed, and many of the effects in the ride stopped working. The audio cues were off or missing, and the video of the mouse at the beginning sometimes wouldn't play. The neon paint started to fade, diminishing any effect the 3D glasses had. The 3D
Help! Somebody!
Cut it out!
Who the hell are you?
Quit terrorizing him.
Look at him! Talks like a goody-goody little shit.
Alright then, we'll just play you.
What?
How about you race us?
I swear, is that the only swear word in the whole game?
A chicken race. You do know what that is, right?
Okay, I'll play your little game, but if I win, you leave him alone.
You're gonna race a motorcycle? Yes.
Start when this can hits the ground. Here we go.
Oh, never mind. It's not a real race. It's a QTE battle.
I'm just playing with you.
Hey, you!
Yikes! You jerk!
Yeah.
Damn! We won't forget this, boy.
Oh, that guy's dead. Was that what I was supposed to be here to do? Maybe now it'll let me leave. Anyway, let us return to our fantastic video.
The glasses themselves would often not be handed to guests, and it seemed they were eventually phased out altogether, although they would reappear infrequently. When guests were given 3D glasses, the often rambunctious riders would make a game out of throwing them onto the ride, trying to land them in the mouth of the dog or hit certain objects. Oddly, the upkeep of the ride was so poor that the whites of the eyes of the characters in the blown-up comic strips were either faded or removed, resulting in them appearing permanently blackened. All of this somewhat added to the uneasy nature of the ride, but it really just showed the attraction's lack of upkeep. Other than this, the ride lived a quaint, quiet existence, with no major changes or updates. Year after year, Kennywood would open for the season, and Garfield's Nightmare would open with it. In 2007, a Nintendo DS platformer named Garfield's Nightmare was released,
I gotta see that game.
but besides the title, the game is in no way connected to the ride. In 2011, the Garfield comic strip featured Garfield, Odie, and John going to an amusement park named Kittywood, which appeared to be a parody of Kennywood. After 2008, Garfield and Odie were phased out as Kennywood mascots and stopped appearing in advertisements. Kenny the Kangaroo reclaimed his throne in West Mifflin and even got a sidekick. Does he look familiar? No. It's the sign. It's the Kennywood sign. You can meet the sign. Kennywood would eventually integrate Thomas the Tank Engine and the Pittsburgh Steelers into attractions at the park, and the new properties fit into Kennywood much more effortlessly than Garfield ever did. Despite Garfield and Odie no longer appearing in the park, Garfield's Nightmare continued to operate, year after year, with no end in sight. This was until 2019, when news broke that Paws Inc. was being acquired by Viacom, and the rights to Garfield would be utilized by Viacom subsidiary Nickelodeon. This also put Viacom in charge of the character's licensing. Viacom immediately began tightening the brand's image, and the company told Kennywood that if they wished to continue to operate Garfield's Nightmare, the licensing fee would be increased significantly. This pressured Kennywood into removing the Garfield's Nightmare theming from the old mill, and no one at the park put up much of a fight to save the ride. Garfield's Nightmare had operated for 16 seasons, and for many, that was 16 too many. This is not to say that the attraction had no fans, as in those 16 years of operation, an entire generation of Kennywood visitors had experienced the ride as their one and only version of the Old Mill. In March of 2020, Kennywood's YouTube account posted a video titled The History of the Old Mill at Kennywood. The video started as a Ken Burns-style theme park documentary in a similar vein to other YouTube channels that I'm completely blanking on. However, halfway through the video, it was revealed that this was not just a retrospective of the Old Mill, but it was also an announcement.
We're going to be bringing back the Old Mill as so many of you have requested and restoring the ride to the retro Western theme.
The news was celebrated by fans who cheered, "The nightmare is over." And the Pittsburgh City Paper's headline read, "I hope they serve lasagna in heaven." During the off-season, the ride was gutted and completely rethemed. Unfortunately, all of the props from Garfield's Nightmare with a direct tie to the Garfield brand were destroyed at the demand of Viacom, in order to prevent them from being sold or ending up on the black market. To ensure compliance, Kennywood had to film employees completely destroying the Garfield props. The opening of the ride will be delayed due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but when it debuted for guests in July of 2020, when Kennywood opened for a shortened summer season, it was met with positive reviews. The familiar Old West ghost town theme was welcomed back into the historic ride. Despite the massive overhaul, the new theming utilized multiple props and effects from Garfield's Nightmare. The new Old Mill also had multiple tributes to Kennywood history, including references to previous Old Mill iterations. For instance, the appearance of a character named Harold, referencing Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway. The scenes also featured multiple orange tabby cats throughout the ride, and a tombstone in a graveyard read, "G Nightmare. I hope there is lasagna." The Old Mill at Kennywood is the world's oldest operating Old Mill attraction, and this is not by coincidence. Kennywood is a historic park whose employees and visitors care deeply for its history. While Garfield's Nightmare was not necessarily a beloved attraction, the retheme played an important part in extending the life of this historic ride. While some might remember Garfield's Nightmare for its neon paint and surreal visuals, like any Old Mill retheme, most Kennywood guests will remember the attraction for something else. While most of the emails I received detailed explicit and often disgusting acts of passion that took place on the Old Mill, my takeaway was not that the ride should be burned to the ground for the good of the general public. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The romantic activities that happened within the walls of the Old Mill, as humorous and crass as they could be, reminded me of something that I've always believed. Theme and amusement parks are special environments, where some of our strongest memories are formed, whether that's thrill, imagination, or even love. Hearing people of many different generations share how this one ride impacted them was surprisingly moving. To hear stories of young angst, the nerves of going on the ride with someone you had a crush on, the scariness of having your first kiss, and even missed opportunities, lost loves. For one rider who grew up in a small town, the dark tunnels of the attraction were the first place he felt safe kissing his boyfriend. For a married couple, a trip on the Old Mill made them laugh and feel like they were in high school again. When the messages weren't overtly erotic, they were actually beautiful, and a good reminder of why I love talking about these parks. They are memorable and exciting places where it's as much about riding the attractions as it is who you are riding with. And sometimes the most memorable experience one can have is getting a kiss while riding a boat through a dark tunnel. And sometimes it's getting a kiss while riding a boat in front of a neon Garfield.
Oh, that's what gets me excited. Alrighty. Wow, that was exciting. Oh yeah, Wrexham, that's the stuff right there. Giant fat Garfield cutout. Yeah, now we got to get up at 7:30. Can you imagine? A whole hour earlier.
My new job starts today.
Better turn up the volume again for the game. Alright, let's see what they have for us to do before work. Forklift races.
Good morning, everyone. Morning. Time for a daily warm-up race.
Oh yeah.
You all do your best now. Yeah. Like always, 3 laps to the finish. Everybody ready? And don't go wrecking the forklifts, or the formula will have your ass. Yeah.
Man, when did this game started swearing? It's so weird. Like, you never heard any, and then all of a sudden it just comes right out. I guess it's because we're working at the harbor.
Ready? Go!
Alright, let's do it. Oh yeah, look at this high quality action. Oh my goodness. Dude, I got wrecked. I'm never gonna catch up. Oh, we got 3 laps. We might be able to do it. Gotta get those sharp turns. Alright, I'm gonna pass this guy. Get wrecked. Here's my opportunity to throw this guy off. Did you see what he did? Actually, these turns right here are really tight. Alright, this is my opportunity. Who needs Mario Kart when you can do this? Come on, get out of the way. Can I cause him to crash? That'd be good. Okay, second place. I might be able to pull this off. I don't know, that guy's really far ahead. Guy's way too far ahead. I'm not catching up to that. Alright, fine, second today.
Finish! Oh man, so close, you almost had it. Here's your prize.
I got a prize?
Thanks.
Dude, forklift. Look at that.
It's time for work. Let's get cracking.
Nice. Get to add it to my gotcha collection.
From today, welcome.
I'll do my best.
Time to get to work. Move these crates with the forklift.
Where do I take them?
Warehouse number 18. Here's the route map. The quota's written on the map. Read it carefully. If you exceed quota, you'll get a raise.
Great.
Just be sure you don't break anything. Okay?
Okay, so in other words... Oh, we gotta read a map. Okay, so we're here. We gotta turn around, go that way, make a right, 18. I think we're gonna end up needing to find another video to watch. If I'm correct, that means here? Is this warehouse number?
Crate doesn't belong here.
Oh, oh no. Okay. Does it go over this way? Yeah, 18. Alright, we know where it goes now. Hold on. What else can we watch? Ooh, this looks like a good one. Let's see, the history of Disney's scariest attraction. Really? Okay. That's a thing we could do. Make the transition. Visible.
Meal in seconds.
Fascinating.
Halloween. What attraction should I do for a spooky episode this year? I know, I'll just go to a nondescript listicle site that does minimal research in a lazy but effective attempt to capitalize on nostalgia and familiarity. Well, what do you know? The top 3 scariest defunct Disney attractions. Let's see. No, already did that. Ugh, did that one twice. Wait a minute.
Get out of the way.
What is this? What the hell?
Below the earth, in the deepest depths of hell, is where dead and forgotten rot and dwell. But the souls beneath are not those of friends. Instead, it's theme park rides that have met their end.
Like
they
intro.
go to defunct hell. All of the fun they bid farewell. Disney Universal and Cedar Fair. Now most of Six Flags is down there. They go to defunct hell.
Wow, exciting.
In 1971, the Walt Disney Company purchased an option to adapt author Lloyd Alexander's 5-part series, The Chronicles of Prydain, into a feature film. At the time of the purchase, Walt Disney Pictures was beginning to feel the effects of Walt Disney's death 5 years prior, and while the company had been working without their leader for some time, they had expended many of the movie concepts that he had discussed or had already set in motion. This meant that the studio would have to find new source material on their own that would align with the Walt Disney brand without the help of Walt Disney. The company's animation division, tasked with releasing a new animated feature once every 3 to 4 years, first turned to concepts that Walt had once considered. This resulted in 1973's Robin Hood and 1977's The Rescuers, but the company quickly realized that digging through Walt's trash was not a blueprint for future success. Due to a variety of pre-production issues, the Chronicles of Prydain adaptation, originally slated for a 1980 release, was pushed back to 1984, with The Fox and the Hound taking the 1980 slot. Production on The Fox and the Hound was rocky to say the least, with internal fights breaking out among producers and animators. The arguments always seemed to come back to the question of what would Walt have done, and more often than not, the winner of the argument had the idea that felt the most Disney. By the time the Chronicles of Prydain adaptation, now working with the title The Black Cauldron, entered production in 1980, the what would Walt do mindset was proving to be counterintuitive. It became clear that it was impossible to mimic a creator that was known for pushing creative boundaries. Because of this, the Black Cauldron team was allowed to take a more ambitious route for the animated film, a darker, more epic tale than most of Disney's features. It also helped that fantasy interpretations of medieval times was at peak popularity. The early 80s loved castles and knights almost as much as the late 2000s loved vampires and werewolves. The film centered around a young farmhand named Taran, a psychic pig, and a sinister villain named the Horned King. The film's storyline was often unclear, and it had drifted quite a ways from its source material. The Black Cauldron was set to release in 1984. However, that same year, a management shakeup at the Walt Disney Company resulted in Michael Eisner, Frank Wells, and Jeffrey Katzenberg joining the company. After seeing a test screening of the Black Cauldron, Katzenberg, the new head of Walt Disney Studios, was horrified at the product, claiming that it was too intense for a family audience. He demanded that the film be edited, not fully realizing that an animated film cannot be edited the same as the live-action productions he was used to working on. After the animation team explained this to him, Katzenberg became frustrated and stormed off to edit the film on his own. The film's producers called CEO Michael Eisner, who was able to convince Katzenberg to stop and calm down. The film was eventually
That's not very
edited,
good stacking,
with over
but
10 minutes
we'll
of
go
the
with
more
it.
graphic sections of the movie being cut. The film's release was delayed to 1985, where it debuted in July as the first Disney animated feature to receive a PG rating. The film, taking over a decade to produce, cost an estimated $44 million, making it the most
Wow.
expensive animated film at the time of its
That's
release.
almost as much money
Critics
as
praised the
Shenmue took to
technical
make.
aspects of the film, but lauded its storyline and characters. It grossed just over $21 million at the box office, resulting in an over $20 million loss for the Walt Disney Company. The film's failure made the new executive team question the existence of the company's animation department, with Eisner, Wells, and Katzenberg seriously considering transitioning to a solely live-action model for Disney. The Black Cauldron was a failure and an embarrassment, and merchandising the film was certainly out of the question. Almost all of the Walt Disney Company wanted to forget its existence. Almost.
Now, there's Tokyo Disneyland. The Japanese may not be buying our cars, but they are buying our culture. Here's American industrial robots telling the history of Japan, programmed not to mention World War II. So, while the band plays on, Japan's eating it all up like rice. In its first year, Tokyo Disneyland expects 10 million visitors. The mouse biz is big biz in Tokyo these days. Now, if they'd only buy our Chevrolets,
That casual racism
Yeah,
is
it's not
scarier than
happening.
any jump scare I could come up with. On April 15th, 1983, 2 years before the Black Cauldron's debut, Tokyo Disneyland opened. A joint venture between the Walt Disney Company and the Japan-based developer, the Oriental Land Company, Tokyo Disneyland was immensely popular right out of the gate, with attendance figures similar and often better than the Magic Kingdom and Disneyland. This was good news for the Walt Disney Company, although many executives were disappointed that the profit from one of the company's biggest successes in the last decade had to be shared. Disney and the Oriental Land Company did not reinvent the wheel for Tokyo Disneyland, and the park is very similar to the Magic Kingdom in Walt Disney World. This is most obvious with the park's icon, Cinderella Castle, but the two nearly identical structures have a key difference. In the Magic Kingdom, Cinderella Castle hosts the popular restaurant, Cinderella's Royal Table. This is absent in the Tokyo Disneyland version. On opening day, there was nothing but closed doors where the entrance to Cinderella's Royal Table was supposed to be. This was because the castle was not meant to host a restaurant. It would instead house an attraction named Cinderella Castle Mystery Tour, a creepy walkthrough of the castle's dungeons complete with encounters with famous Disney villains. A manager in the Oriental Land Company described the unique setup as, "Cinderella Castle is Tokyo Disneyland's symbol, and Mystery Tour is its ride." The idea for Cinderella Castle Mystery Tour came from the fact that any attraction utilizing the castle space would have to take place underground. This inspired the idea of the castle having dungeons that guests could tour. Mystery Tour takes inspiration from a Japanese ghost house. Both have labyrinth structures depicting scenes of horror, and both showcase terrifying monsters. The story that the Imagineers created had the magic mirror from Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs taking on a recurring role, but this caused a slight
Very
hiccup
nice
in the
lunchtime.
attraction's production. The Imagineers
What's going on?
Hey, my lunch! You ratted us out, didn't you?
Are you one of Chen's men?
I don't know any Chen.
Oh, really? I don't know.
Hey, quit lying! Yeah!
Cut it out! What? Who's this twin?
We're gonna teach you a
Ooh, are we actually gonna fight it out? Yeah, here we go. Man, why are these guys so tough? Yeah, what? There we go.
Oh, remember this.
Thank you, Dio.
Dio.
They were the Mad Angels.
Why are the Mad Angels picking on you?
They seem to think I'm working with one of their enemies. somebody called Chen. But I don't know him.
Master Chen and the Mad Angels.
Okay, so I think during lunchtime we can actually go around asking people about the Mad Angels. Not that I think we're going to find anything useful. It's a pretty short lunchtime. I think we get right back on it at 1 o'clock. Maybe we should go to that giant sign that says Mad Angels. Speaking of which, from now on, we're taking control of our saves. Can't trust this game anymore. Still nothing here. Let's ask these guys.
Please, don't bother me. I need to rest now.
Maybe them?
Do you have a minute? Sorry. Would you mind asking one of the other guards? Gotcha, thanks.
This guy's not a guard, he's a foreman. That's a weird mistake. That's lunch lady.
Hisaka-san.
Will.
Do you know anything about the Mad Angels?
Mad? What?
That's right, she doesn't know anything.
Clue. What is it?
If you don't know, don't worry about it. I'll be on my way.
Yeah.
You look like you know.
Do you know anything about the Mad Angels?
Get away from me! I don't know nothing!
That's a double negative, you know that?
Sorry, not now.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Ask me again some other time.
Nobody here knows anything.
Sorry, not now.
Excuse me.
Huh?
Ever heard of an organization called the Mad Angels?
That motorcycle gang? And if you cross them, you'll end up at the bottom of the sea in concrete boots. Oh.
I guess.
So what about them?
Nothing. I just... Thank you very much.
I feel like we should have asked a follow-up question. He seems to be the only person who knows anything.
What is it?
Do you know anything about the Mad Angels?
Those thugs, huh?
Do you know about them?
They fight and mug people. Heard a rumor that they deal drugs, too. Maybe that punk who tried to mug me was one of the Mad Angels.
Maybe. Thanks.
Hey, when is lunchtime over?
What?
Do you know anything about the Mad Angels?
I know who you mean.
Do you know anything about them?
Sure, that they're real annoying jerks. They're dumping their garbage into the sea. It scares away the fish, you know?
I see.
Yeah, it's like a 2-hour lunch. I don't even get a lunch this long.
Is now a good time?
Yeah?
Excuse me.
Huh?
Do you know anything about the Mad Angels?
The Mad Angels? What's that?
It's nothing. Excuse me.
Sorry, not now.
Okay, there's gotta be somebody specific we need to talk to. about this guy?
Huh? Do you know anything about the Mad Angels? The Mad Angels? Oh, them? Do you know anything about them? Sure, that they're real annoying jerks.
Alright.
Sometimes see them dumping these large sacks into the sea. It scares away the
Oh goodness.
you know?
I see.
That's not garbage.
Mark.
Hey, Dio.
Yeah.
How you liking work?
It's okay, I suppose.
Well, I expect a lot from you, Dio.
Right. I'll do my best.
Dio, you got any brothers or sisters?
No. I don't really have a family anymore.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Wow, thanks for making me feel bad. Okay. Harbor Lounge, Harbor Cafeteria, Alpha Trading. Oh.
Back to work. Warehouse number 18. Okay.
Well, you know what that means.
Felt that the magic mirror would not be recognizable if its actor's face was, quote, distinctly Japanese. However, they were also aware that the voice, language, and dialect could not be American. In order to meet these self-imposed restrictions, Imagineers had Tokyo Disneyland's entertainment division translate and record the lines for the mirror. They then took those recordings and filmed an American actor lip-syncing to them back in the United States. At the time of its opening, Tokyo Disneyland still used the A-to-E ticket book system. This required guests to purchase an admission ticket to get in, and additional tickets to ride the attractions in the park, typically buying them in a ticket book which held multiple ride tickets. The
I feel like I'm
attractions
going to
were
run
ranked
out of
in ticket
space well before
categories from
time's
A
up.
to E, with A being for the more mundane rides and E being for the more thrilling attractions. The Castle Mystery Tour was listed as a D attraction, placing it among the ranks of the Country Bear Jamboree and the Enchanted Tiki Room. The tour was presented with the tagline, "Can you conquer the evil forces of the Disney villains in the castle?" Guests would gather outside of the attraction's entrance, located on the backside of Cinderella Castle. They would then be welcomed in groups of around 20 to 30 people, being led by a cast member, typically female, wearing a uniform similar to the huntsman from Snow White. The tour was reliant on the cast member spiel, a ride style that is rarely implemented. The Jungle Cruise and the Great Movie Ride are two of the only Disney attractions to utilize it. A spiel ride typically provides cast members with a pre-approved script. It is then their responsibility to memorize and repeat all of the information while hitting all of the beats. This is to ensure the guests receive all of the necessary exposition to understand the ride, and often more importantly, to allow the cast member to believably interact with the attraction's characters and props. Within these requirements, the cast members are generally encouraged to stick to the script while also making it their own. This personalization can take the form of timing preferences, body language and delivery, and sometimes, though mostly discouraged, script changes. The Mystery Castle tour was unique in that the cast member had to both give a spiel and navigate guests through the attraction, since there was no tracked ride vehicle to do this for them. The exact wording of the script mixed traditional Japanese courtesy with the casual speaking style that is expected from Disney's cast members. This was one of the more difficult aspects of training Japanese cast members, since their culture is very specific when it comes to communication and service role.
The new best way to make money online that nobody's talking about is something you've never heard of before. Is using Audible. So these right here are real paychecks from Audible. They're not mine. They're my wife's because I showed my wife how to do this.
My
Guests were
wife
given a
can't.
short introduction describing the tour of Cinderella Castle that they are going to receive. Those on the tour will be treated to areas such as the gallery, the ballroom, and the tower. The guide leads them into the first room, pointing out portraits of famous Disney heroes: Princess Aurora, Pinocchio, Snow White, and Taran from the Black Cauldron. Just as the guide begins to applaud the heroes and their victories against the villains, the magic mirror shows up on one of the walls, displeased that the villains are being demeaned once again. The portraits on the walls change from the heroes to their coinciding villains, as the magic mirror continues to argue with the guide. The mirror wishes to showcase the power of the villains, and challenges the tour group to enter the mysterious dungeons of the castle, with a door on the wall swinging open on its own. The guide is surprised and urges guests to follow her through the door and down a large staircase, descending 2 stories. Guests walk past prison bars and can hear bats screeching around them. The guide comes up on a spooky laboratory, with a book open to a recipe for poison apples.
Out of the way.
Miscellaneous magical science equipment is indiscriminately scattered throughout the corner of the room. The witch's shadow can be seen as a crow rocks back and forth on a skull. The guide decides to leave before the witch shows up, taking guests down a series of dark tunnels. The witch is heard laughing as they escape. The group walks further into the dungeon, with the magic mirror appearing to be reflected down a corridor. They quickly encounter a scene of a swinging axe controlled by a knight. The scene gets even scarier when a previously still set of knight's armor begins to shake in fear. A chest along the wall is pushed open by living skeletons, and the guide screams and gives chase. During the flee, guests pass a short corridor, where a projection of the Night on Bald Mountain portion of
Hey boy, you working hard, eh?
Don't interrupt my work.
What? You ain't paid your insurance. That ain't right. Law of the harbor dictates all rookies gotta pay insurance. You know what I'm saying?
What insurance?
I said pay up, boy, right now.
You guys Mad Angels?
Defiance ain't a good idea. You don't pay up, boy, I'm gonna kick your ass.
No way.
You are gonna regret that decision.
Are we getting to another fight? Oh, wow. Wow, great camera work here.
Damn it!
All right, you guys.
No!
Hey, wait! Gotta place these in the lines.
I don't have any more lines.
Place these in the lines.
Thanks.
These go inside the lines, eh? These go inside the lines, eh?
Yeah, I'm pretty much boned because...
Gotta place these in the lines. Gotta place these in the lines.
Yeah, there's not gonna be anywhere for me to put this down.
Gotta place these in the lines. These go inside the lines, eh? Gotta place these in the lines. Gotta place these in the lines.
Not gonna be anything for me to do. Okay.
They'll get mad if I leave these outside. They'll get mad if I leave these outside.
Are you kidding me? So I can't put this down here and I can't put this down there. What am I supposed to do?
Gotta put them in the warehouse. These go inside the lines, eh?
See if I can try to scam a spot, but I don't know if I can.
These go inside the lines, eh? These go inside the lines, eh? Gotta place these in the lines. These go inside the lines, eh? These go inside the lines, eh? Gotta place these in the lines. These go inside the lines, eh?
Right over here.
Gotta place these in the lines. Gotta place these in the lines.
I guess I'm literally stuck for the rest of the day.
The lines, eh? Gotta place these in the lines.
Oh my goodness, I found a spot. Hurry, let's get the last crate. Hope I have enough time. No, it totally wasn't inside the lines, Wrexham, but I will still take it. Yeah, look at that. It's like mostly out of the line. We did it. We got all the crates today. You should let me get off of work early when I do that. Wow. I'm done with work. It's not terribly long either. Let's see. Okay. I guess I'll just go drive around at random.
On the 20th of December, 1970, hundreds of people were attending a Christmas party at the Pioneer Hotel in Tucson, Arizona. While guests dined and danced, residents slept peacefully in the rooms above, until just after midnight, when a fire began on the 4th floor of the hotel, a fire that would go on to become the deadliest in Arizona's history. Built in 1929, the Pioneer Hotel was one of Tucson's first high-rise buildings. Upon its opening, the hotel's promotional material claimed that the hotel was absolutely fireproof. It was equipped with standpipe connections on each floor of the hotel, 2 external fire escapes, and a smoke tower which was designed to provide firefighters easy access to the upper floors in the event of a fire. While these fire safety measures were commendable for the time when the hotel was built, the building would not be considered fireproof by modern standards. There was, for example, no sprinkler system, no centralized alarm, and an abundance of flammable materials such as wood and fabric used in the finish of the hotel. This finish, which included a great deal of plush carpet and wooden furniture, was only fitting for a hotel as glamorous as the Pioneer. It was built by businessman Albert Steinfeld and his son, Harold Steinfeld, who later took over sole ownership of the hotel after his father's death in 1935. Even after selling the hotel in 1963, Harold and his wife continued to live permanently in its penthouse. As well as being a popular place to stay, the hotel was also known for its lively banquets, dances, and conventions. It was the obvious choice for tourists visiting the city, as well as for locals looking to organize a high-profile event. Visiting celebrities often stayed at the Pioneer, and it was a particular favorite of well-to-do families from the Mexican state of Sonora, for whom it was more or less tradition to stay at the Pioneer when visiting Tucson. The hotel was, indeed, such a part of the fabric of the town that it was commonly said that, if you grew up in Tucson, you grew up at the Pioneer Hotel. On the night of the 20th of December 1970, the hotel was host to more than 700 guests. In addition to those staying on a temporary or permanent basis in the hotel's many rooms, there was also a large event taking place that night. Hughes Aircraft, now known as Raytheon, was holding its annual Christmas party in the hotel's ballroom, with around 350 people in attendance. Just after midnight, the fire started in 2 different places on the 4th floor of the hotel. It had plenty of fuel at its disposal, including flammable carpeting, wooden furniture, wallpaper, and Christmas decorations. Feeding on this abundant material, it quickly spread from the 4th floor all the way up to the 11th.
Let's hear what we did.
Thanks.
You met quota, son. So starting tomorrow, you'll get a 50 yen.
6,000 yen.
That'll be 350 yen per crate.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yo, bro! Hats off to the hard-working man! Oh!
You said you knew a lot about the harbor.
Right on, my man! From the perfect mugging locale to the best spot to take a leak, this here harbor, Goro knows it all!
So you know about the Mad Angels?
Speaking of taking a leak...
Not so fast.
Oh, man! Must have had me a bad ache this morning. Gotta hit the can, my man! Oh, hope I can make it in time, oh!
So you know about them.
Bro, that name! Please don't say it so loud!
Why not?
You get yourself fed to the fishes for talking about them, man! It's taboo around here! There's a rumor about some loudmouth kid who got himself concrete boots for talking.
No way.
Well, I'm out of here. See you around.
Yeah, later.
Okay.
Goro. What's groovin', bro?
That's gonna be a raid message.
You know about the Mad Angels?
Oh yeah! Working hard, eh, bro?
Why are you shouting?
Don't you know, bro? You don't say that name so loud!
Why not?
Just be...
Alright, we heard all that before.
See you around.
So usually... So I think during this period we're supposed to be going around asking more people. I wonder if it'll let me leave.
Maybe I should ask around about the Mad Angels.
Yeah, we can't leave. Speaking of which... Not losing another day of progress. So that's this jogging guy. No, he won't talk to me. Uh-oh.
Been waiting for you.
It's you. What are you doing here?
Wanna pay you back for helping me out. Teach you something useful. Suppose I show you rather than tell you. Let's see you try and punch me.
Okay.
Me? Punch you?
Quit your babbling and punch. You call that a punch? That'll be the famous Hazuki style.
How do you know the Hazuki style?
If you really want to know, give me your best shot.
Okay then, here we go. Why am I missing?
This was a real fight. I just crushed your throat.
How did you do that?
Yo, this guy's got moves.
Mastery, then offense. Evasion without getting hit is an art in itself. My sensei used to call this move the Shadow Step.
Shadow Step?
So, how about it, son? Wanna learn it?
Yeah, of course.
Yes, please teach me.
First off, show me that their basic Hazuki style stance.
Alright.
That ain't too bad. Now come and do what I do. Whilst ya step forward, pull your arms in a slide real quick. Once you slide up behind, cut a blow to the neck, like so. Now, start from your basic stance. Move your weight forward one step only.
Okay, so I'm supposed to just step once.
Something like that. As you step forward, get ready to dodge and throw.
Okay, I think dodge and throw. So dodge is Y and throw is B? So what, forward, YB? Yeah, there we go.
Right, nice. You're a quick study.
Thank you very much.
Got that touch, you do. How about a bit more practice?
Fine, just one more.
Okay, sure, why not?
Well, I'ma watch ya. Go on and show me.
Only so we get the experience points on the moves. Perfect. I finally have a good way to dodge.
That enough for ya? Wanna keep going?
No, I think I'm alright. Thank you for the instruction.
Well, don't go forgetting to practice every day. Perhaps we'll meet again.
Please wait. How do you know about the Hazuki style?
The Hazuki name's known amongst martial artists. The style of Iwao Hazuki is revered by many, including me. Quite popular in spite of being so young he was.
My father? If you knew that move, why not use it that day?
No sense in fighting. Sometimes a clean getaway is also victory. Ever need practice in the day, try warehouse number 4. Sometimes I'll be there myself. Be sure and practice daily.
Oh, okay, this will be good then. Nice. Is that warehouse number 4 here? I mean, the camera showed it here, but I don't think it's actually here. Alright. Let's go back to what we were doing.
Aided by open stairwells that acted like chimneys. Guests at the Hughes aircraft party, as well as those who were resident on the lower floors, flooded from the hotel through any available exit. Some staff lingered to try and extinguish the flames, before quickly realizing that the blaze was out of control. Within just minutes, the fire was firmly established. Hundreds of guests were trapped on the upper floors of the building, separated from safety by a solid barrier.
Another thing. You again.
Guizan! You never know when to give up, do you?
What do you want?
I'm here to teach you a new move.
Another one.
Real helpful. You couldn't even handle the Mad Angels, much less take on Lan Di.
Shut up! Look, I don't need your help.
Hey, fine by me, but it's wise to accept the goodwill of others. So, what'll it be? You want mine or not?
Yeah, okay. I want a new move.
Well, if you're so eager to teach me, okay.
You could be more appreciative. First, I'll show you the form. Watch. One step back, shift your weight. While backing up, kick! This is called a swallow dive. Now you try it.
So is it just back A? Oh, that's a really easy move.
That's fine. I see you've learned the basic form.
I've got it now.
You have yet to master the move. Perhaps you should practice more.
Do one time.
Yeah, please.
I'll watch, so give it a try. I think that's enough. Still want to continue?
No, that's enough. Keep in mind, you've only learned the basic form. To properly utilize this move, you'll need to practice. Yes. And apply diligent training. Why teach me that move? You're intent on going to Hong Kong, right? Yeah. Even knowing that you may die? No matter what. So I thought. If I were you, I'd do the same. That's why.
Right then. Alright, so we have about another hour in the stream. For those of you who have been here, thank you so much for watching me. And if you haven't followed yet, why not do so? I think what we're going to end up doing is we're going to end up doing the giveaway tomorrow. I'm trying to gauge exactly where I'm at in terms of the game, and I think there may be some possibility I finish it tomorrow. I mean, if I don't, it's going to continue until Monday, but I don't want to be in a weird situation where I finish the game and I wasn't prepared to do a giveaway. So I do want to make sure I get that done. So I think just to be safe, we're actually going to do the giveaway tomorrow. So if you've been waiting for that all week, make sure you come by tomorrow. And make sure you follow now, because if you don't follow, you won't be able to enter the giveaway. We got to do a little Grinching here, you know? I'm trying to make affiliate. Is Goro getting on the bus too? Yo, he just cut in line. A punk.
Goro.
How's it hanging, bro?
You know about the—
Hey! Oh, bro.
Alright.
Why?
I ain't privy. I don't know, but I would.
Yeah, we've heard this all before. I'm just upset he cut the line. Yo, what? Did you see that? He just disappeared. He just pushed him into oblivion. Alright, let's finish the rest of this video. Goodness, it's not even that long of a video.
Of smoke and flames. At 12:19 AM, the city's emergency dispatchers received 3 separate calls reporting a fire at the Pioneer Hotel. Many firefighters initially assumed that these were simply a bout of prank calls, and only realized that the situation was real when they saw an orange glow on the city's skyline. Within minutes, 3 fire engines and 2 ladder trucks were on scene. Upon arrival, they immediately called for all available backup. Another 8 engines and over 200 firemen flocked to the hotel to help.
Seem to do that move.
The available ladders were approximately 30 meters or 100 feet long, meaning that they could only access the first 8 stories of the 11-story building. Guests who were trapped on those 3 inaccessible floors were left in a dire situation. Some attempted to escape by knotting together bedsheets and clambering down the outside of the building until they were low enough to be rescued by ladder. A desperate tactic that, nonetheless, did allow at least some guests to escape with their lives. 6 guests were able to shimmy down a copper pipe on the side of the building until they were low enough to be rescued by ladder. Others were not so fortunate. There are reports of guests jumping from their windows. In some cases, they
Oh, but
threw
if you
out
do that, then you
mattresses
can't do it.
first in an attempt to soften their landing. In other cases, it is possible that they knew they would not survive, but had no other way to escape the all-consuming flames. After rescuing many people from the exterior of the building, firefighters pumped water through the 7th and 8th floor windows, then entered the building and began to battle the fire from inside. It was a complicated operation, made more so by the fact that the hotel did not have signs in the stairwells indicating which floor was which. Firefighters were often uncertain exactly where they were in the building at any given time. Furthermore, there were only a small number of radios available. With firefighters spread throughout the building, communication became difficult. To help answer the constant calls for more resources, caches of firefighting and rescue equipment were established within the burning building. The fire was eventually brought under control by 1:16 a.m., less than an hour after emergency services had arrived on scene. A systematic search of the building ensued, during which it was established that 28 people had perished in the fire. The one-time owner of the building, Harold Steinfeld, and his wife were included in this number. One further person would die later in hospital, bringing the total death toll to 29, the single biggest loss of life in a building fire in the entire history of Tucson. An investigation followed, and it was quickly established that the fire had been started simultaneously in 2 separate locations on the 4th floor, leading investigators to conclude that it had been a deliberate arson. Soon after, Tucson police arrested Louis Taylor, a 16-year-old of mixed black and Mexican descent, who had been at the hotel that night. Tucson police accused him of starting the fire so that he could use the diversion to steal possessions from the hotel rooms, which Taylor denied. He admitted that he had instead been quietly gatecrashing the Hughes Aircraft Christmas party to try and score some free drinks. When the fire began, Taylor had been seen by several people assisting with the evacuation and putting his own life at risk in an unsuccessful attempt to extinguish the flames.
To set the left trigger, but then once you do
Despite this, Taylor was convicted of starting the fire. He was ultimately given 28 life sentences and remained in prison for decades despite constantly maintaining his innocence. Many people were sympathetic to Taylor, noting that some evidence against him had been admitted unlawfully, that the evidence that the cause of the fire was arson was flimsy, and that the police had made no efforts to investigate other suspects once Taylor had been arrested. Finally, in 2012, the Arizona Justice Project asked the court to dismiss Taylor's case. They claimed that it would not be possible to determine that the fire was arson using modern forensic methods, and that Taylor had been treated unfairly. His arrest had come at a time when racial and class tension in Tucson were high, and this had contributed to his conviction despite very little legally admissible evidence of guilt. Finally, in 2013, Taylor was released after agreeing to a no-contest plea. In the years which followed the fire, many changes were made to fire safety regulations in Arizona. At the insistence of the Tucson Fire Department, Tucson adopted a standardized fire code in 1975. The code required all buildings over a certain height to have sprinklers and smoke alarms, smoke-proof stairwells, panic doors, and non-flammable carpet, wallpaper, and furniture. These new standards were applied to high-rises across the city, including the Pioneer Hotel. The fire and smoke damage were repaired, and the entire building was refurbished. For a few more years it operated as a hotel, but with the fire still fresh in the minds of local residents, it was no longer the desirable destination it once was. In 1975 it was sold and converted into an office building. It remains in place to this day. The Tucson Fire Department itself also underwent numerous changes. In the wake of the fire, their budget was significantly increased, allowing them to acquire new equipment and new staff, and to provide emergency medical training for firefighters. As a direct result of the fire, the Tucson Fire Department became stronger, better equipped, and more ready to face disasters that might take place in the future. In the words of the Tucson Fire Department chief, many of the practices in place today within the Tucson Fire Department are directly related to this event, helping make Tucson a safer community in which to live, work, and play for all.
You know what I think this is? I think this is one of those enemies in Space Harrier.
I should try again. Nah.
Goodness, it's almost 11 o'clock in game. I wonder what happens if you stay out too late. Let's see, should we pick something else to watch? Maybe when I get to the forklift section, I'll pick something else.
I love these. Maybe just one. This again?
The story of Centralia. Oh, that one's interesting.
I should try again.
That should be interesting. If you didn't know, Centralia is a place in Pennsylvania. It's apparently the inspiration for the town of Silent Hill.
This again? I should try again. It's the same one.
You could just hear the frustration.
I should try again. It's the same one. Maybe I should get another.
Hello, Josie. Welcome to the stream. We're just feeding our gacha addiction right now. Oh, I also got a job driving a forklift. It's great. I get to move crates from one place to the other.
Maybe I should get another.
So, considering how exciting that content's been, we've been watching YouTube videos while I do that. So if you have any YouTube videos you want us to watch,
it's the same one.
You can feel free to just post a link in chat. I know we've been watching some of these like fascinating horror ones. It talks about accidents. Is it just like Dinger String? Well, I guess. Yeah, there's no yelling around here. My voice is always nice and smooth, I guess.
This late already? I should go home.
Yeah, it just has the weirdest dreams. Oh, you know what time it's for. Ah, yes. Alright, this time, first place is mine.
Good morning, everyone. Morning. Time for a daily warm-up race. You all do your best now.
Yeah!
Like always, 3 laps to the finish. Everybody ready?
Yeah!
On your marks, almost time to go.
Is it really a good idea to have people racing around in potentially lethal equipment first thing in the morning? Stuck on a corner again. Yo, did you see what that guy did to me? Alright, we're gonna pass him on this next one. Few passes. Alright, we got this. There's still time to get first place. I swear, every single time. Well, I just screwed the whole race up. There's definitely not going to be time to get first place. But now that I'm in third place, you know what I'm thinking? Maybe I should stay in third place, because I noticed when I got second place, I got a forklift that had the number 2 on it. So what happens if I get 3? Am I going to get a forklift with number 3 on it? Am I supposed to purposely get different positions to get the different forklifts? I mean, maybe I should. Especially if I can't catch up to this guy. You know what? Yeah, we're definitely not gonna catch up to first place. Pretty sure first place cheats. I think the strategy to this race is there's certain turns where you just shouldn't try to bypass people, because it's not gonna work. Alright, we're gonna purposely get 3 and see what we end up getting as a prize. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the game is cheating, Wrexham. Alright, let's see what our prize is.
Oh man, so close, you almost had it. Here's your prize.
Thanks.
It is forklift number 3. Alright then.
It's time for work. Let's get cracking.
I'm ready.
Today, you gotta take this cargo to warehouse number 3. Here's the map. Don't forget the quota.
No problem.
Okay, good luck.
Oh, what kind of map is this? Okay, so we are here. So we need to turn around, go to the right, drop it off there, then come back. Okay. Before we do that, let's see. Story of Centralia. I think this one might actually be interesting. It's the real life Silent Hill, dude. Let's see.
Months ago. Look, if you've been injured in a car accident.
No. Thankfully. Alright, turn the game audio down.
On the 27th of May, 1962, a small team of workers were tasked with cleaning up a landfill site just outside of Centralia, Pennsylvania. Just as they had done many other times before at many other landfills, they set fire to the accumulated waste, let it burn, and then doused the whole thing with water. There was only one problem. The fire didn't go out. In fact, it would never go out. Although they didn't know it at the time, this small cleanup crew had set in motion events that would end up turning a thriving town into a smoking, uninhabitable wasteland. Before 1962, life in Centralia was good. It was home to a few thousand residents and resembled much of small-town America. There were hotels, churches, and multiple schools. It was a community like any other, and was considered, generally speaking, a safe and happy place to live. The main business in Centralia was coal mining. For more than 100 years, coal had been extracted from a labyrinth of tunnels beneath the town. Many of these now lay empty, but the supplies of coal were nowhere even close to running out. In fact, there was enough of the stuff still in the ground to keep Centralia prosperous for decades, if not centuries. This all changed in 1962, when the city council decided that a landfill site inside an old strip mine on the edge of town needed to be cleaned up. This was something that was done on a fairly routine basis in Centralia, and the method that was used was usually a controlled burn. Burning a landfill would drive out vermin, take care of any odour, and turn bulky garbage into nice compact ash. The volunteer fire department of Centralia had countless times before used controlled fires to clean up illegal dumping sites around the town. This time, however, things didn't go to plan. Despite the best efforts of firefighters to damp down the landfill after the burn, the fire refused to go out. Over the next few days, smoke was seen rising from the landfill several times. Volunteer firefighters attended again and again to pour more water on the smoking garbage and use bulldozers to stir up the material in the landfill. Each time, the smoke briefly stopped rising before returning again a few days later. As days turned into weeks, the firefighters dug deeper and made a terrible discovery. A mine shaft leading from the pit into a deep coal mine had not been properly sealed up before the pit had been converted to a landfill. Now, this open shaft had allowed the fire to spread underground and start feeding on the vast reserves of coal still in place there. Rather than a fire in a landfill, Centralia was now dealing with a mine fire. Mine fires are notoriously difficult to extinguish. In the average coal mine, there is an abundance of fuel, and the many corridors and shafts provide a steady supply of oxygen. Once established, fires in coal mines spread slowly but steadily, and stubbornly resist every attempt to extinguish them. Sealing every entrance to deny the fire oxygen is impossible, as there are often thousands of cavities in the rock through which oxygen can be drawn. Drowning the fire doesn't always work either, as incredible amounts of water are required. If even a tiny fire remains after dousing, it will dry out the surrounding area and begin to spread once more. With all this in mind, it's not unknown for mine fires to burn for decades. In the case of Centralia, quick and decisive action might have saved the day. While the fire was still small and relatively contained, it would have been possible to dig up the entire area, exposing and extinguishing the fire, or else to dig a trench around the likely location of the fire and install a fireproof barrier. But, unfortunately, decisive action wasn't taken. Instead, the city council debated plans of action, calculated costs, and sought approval and state assistance. Questions of responsibility arose. Was the fire the purview of Centralia, or the township that surrounded it? Could the state government fund the operation? Letters were sent and appeals were made. The job of tackling the fire was tendered, bids taken, budgets trimmed, and while all this was happening, the fire continued, slowly but surely, to spread. With every passing day, the cost and level of disruption required to extinguish it grew, and it often grew just a few steps ahead of the actual response. For example, one company was hired to dig out the fire, but found that it was spreading just a little bit faster than they could dig. Another attempt was made to smother the fire with water and slurry, but the project ran short of funds and material before completely extinguishing the blaze. The fire survived and continued to grow. Other projects were delayed because of budgetary concerns, or put on hold while the correct permits and permissions were sought. The fire in Centralia was by no means the only mine fire burning in the state of Pennsylvania, and so the city had to fight constantly for funding, attention, and permission to take action. Soon enough, the fire had spread to underneath the town of Centralia itself. Residents went about their lives with an inferno beneath their feet. For some of them, there were no adverse effects, and indeed there were even some positive ones. Several streets, thanks to the heat rising from the fire below, never needed to be cleared of snow. Residents also experienced warm temperatures all year round, enabling them to grow crops like tomatoes and other fruit in the bare earth. Of course, for most people, the fire was far from good news. As well as warm temperatures, the fire vented poisonous gases up through the ground, some of which flowed directly into houses and places of work. Residents in these areas had to live with constant carbon monoxide alarms and routine visits from inspectors, who would test the gas levels in their homes and instruct them to leave their windows open 24 hours a day. These precautions weren't sufficient. It was totally routine for residents in the worst affected areas to constantly suffer the headaches, drowsiness and confusion of carbon monoxide poisoning. Worse still, sinkholes would sometimes open up as the fire burned away coal beneath the city. In 1981, a 12-year-old boy nearly died when a sinkhole 15 stories deep opened up in his backyard, venting hot steam and poisonous gases. He was saved by a tree root, which he was able to cling onto until his cousin could rescue him. Residents complained and protested, but by now the fire had spread over such a vast area that a solution was starting to seem out of reach.
A family vacation in a Verbo means leaving all the craziness behind. Well, maybe not all of it.
Really?
To extinguish the fire completely, a huge tract of land would have to be excavated. This would require a significant portion of the town to be demolished.
Hold on. We got stuff happening. It's lunchtime. Let's make sure we save our game. Not having another crash.
Tom.
Hi, Rio.
I've got something to ask you. Do you know anything about the Mad Angels?
Rio? You in trouble with them?
Nope. I'm just trying to find out about them.
No, man. Do not go and get mixed up with them. They're killers.
Thanks, Tom.
Mark.
Hey, Dio.
Yeah.
How you liking work?
It's okay, I suppose.
Well, I expect a lot from you, Dio.
Right. I'll do my best.
Usually during just lunch breaks, there's supposed to be something we gotta find. Still nothing suspicious over this way. Let's go back.
And would take up to 10 years of consistent, hard, and dangerous work. When it first began, the fire might have been extinguished by an investment of a few thousand hours of work and a sum measured in thousands of dollars. Now, with it reaching under the entire town, the cost of extinguishing it exceeded the real estate value of Centralia itself. And so, years after the fire began, a new solution was proposed. The town would be abandoned. The US government bought out the vast majority of the remaining residents. The population dwindled as families fled. The town that had been home to more than 1,000 people in 1960 was home to just 16 by the year 2010. Centralia now barely exists. Its postcode is no longer recognized by the United States Postal Service. The vast majority of houses and other buildings have been demolished. The fire still burns beneath the ground, venting smoke through cracks in the road and melting the snow as it settles each winter. A final few residents still live in the boundaries of the town, but they have been forbidden from passing on their property when they die.
What?
One day soon, Centralia will be nothing more than a memory. Long after it has been erased from existence, however, the fire which destroyed it, the fire begun by a single careless burn in a landfill on the edge of town, will still be blazing beneath the earth.
What is it, youngin?
Dude, he totally missed the, he totally should have talked about the Silent Hill edge. So, if you've played Silent Hill, of course you're no doubt aware that one of the big features of the town is that anytime something creepy happens, there's a fog in the town. And so that whole setup was inspired by Centralia, by the fact that, you know, and so you go to Centralia and now there's smoke rising from the ground still, decades after the fire started. So, yeah, that's where the idea came from. It came from this place. Can't believe he didn't mention that in his documentary. It's really a missed opportunity. Not sure what I'm supposed to be doing during this lunch break. I feel like I'm just wandering out. Where's warehouse number 4? Wasn't there... Sometimes I thought I could go into warehouse number 4. See what happens when I go there.
Maybe I can practice here. Think I'll warm up a bit.
Yeah, I was hoping the guy was actually going to be here.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go find something else to do. What should be the next thing that we watch? I don't know who I'm supposed to talk to right now. I guess we're supposed to be looking for clues about the Mad Angels, but everybody I've asked so far doesn't seem to really have anything to say. Okay, surely she knows about the Mad Angels.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Do you know anything about the Mad Angels?
The Mad... I don't know anything about them.
Is that so? Thank you very much.
Take a moment to save. Waiting for lunch to be over. Bring this back. What should be our next thing to watch? We have... What do we have? The Dreamworld River Rapids Disaster. That one might be interesting. Yeah, let's see what that one is.
We paid for this amazing beach vacation by saving over $500 a month on our energy bills.
Wow.
It's already this late?
On the 25th of October 2016, at the Dreamworld theme park in Australia, a river rapids ride malfunctioned. The failure of a water pump precipitated a deadly accident that claimed 4 lives in a matter of moments. An accident which, later investigation would reveal, could have been prevented. Dreamworld was opened in 1981 with a modest collection of attractions. These included an IMAX theatre, a model train, a log flume, and a vintage car ride. Over the decades that followed, the park grew steadily, acquiring several roller coasters, a wildlife park, and numerous other rides. Sections of the park were developed with different themes in mind. The DreamWorks Experience Zone, for example, featured several attractions that tied in with popular DreamWorks films, such as Kung Fu Panda and Madagascar. The Town of Gold Rush zone was themed after the Australian gold rushes of the 1800s. The Thunder River Rapids ride was one of the main attractions situated there when the zone opened in 1986. The basic design of the ride might be familiar to any theme park enthusiast, as it resembles hundreds of other river rapids rides around the world. Many rides of this type in other parks are designed and built by Intamin, a well-known and reputable ride design and manufacturing company. The River Rapids ride at Dreamworld, however, was custom built by the park itself.
That's a bad idea.
Riders at Dreamworld would board circular 6-person rafts from a constantly rotating station platform, which allowed easy boarding without boats having to come to a complete stop. Once dispatched, each raft would travel at a modest pace along a watercourse that included a tunnel and several sections of simulated whitewater rapids. Boats were bumped, jostled, and splashed unpredictably as they moved along a curving channel. Part of the fun of the ride arose from the fact that some riders would inevitably get wetter than others. The course of the ride was on a gentle downward gradient.
That's totally not in
This
line.
was what caused the water within the channel to flow, thus conveying the boats along without the need for an onboard propulsion system. Naturally, this meant that, by the end of the ride, rafts would need to be lifted back up to the station before they could be sent around again. At Dreamworld, this was achieved by means of a conveyor belt. Boats were guided onto it and carried upwards with guests still on board. When it reached the top and returned to the station, guests would disboard back onto the rotating station platform. Just as the rafts needed to be lifted back up at the end of a circuit, so too did the water, something normally achieved by 2 powerful water pumps. On the 25th of October 2016, one of these pumps failed, which caused the water level in the ride to drop significantly. This resulted in a raft which had just reached the top of the conveyor belt becoming stranded on support rails. There wasn't enough water in the channel to carry it onwards,
Dude, I'm stuck.
and so it was stuck just short of the ride
Yeah, I
station.
know that feeling.
The conveyor belt, however, continued to move, carrying up another raft. This raft, holding 6 guests, collided with raft 1, causing both to pivot upwards. Raft 1 fell back into a horizontal position, while the continued movement of the conveyor belt forced Raft 2 into a vertical position. 4 of the occupants of Raft 2 were thrown out and onto the conveyor belt. The conveyor belt was, at this stage, still moving. The victims were either dragged beneath the stranded raft and crushed, or fell through the gaps in the belt and became trapped in the machinery beneath. All 4 of them were killed.
Dang.
There were 2 survivors from Raft 2, both children. They were able to cling onto the raft even in its vertical position, and later clamber to safety once the conveyor belt had stopped. The ride was evacuated and the park closed as a recovery operation took place. Even once all the water had been drained from the ride, it took until the next morning to retrieve the bodies. The process of doing so was so traumatic that some of the paramedics involved required counselling once it was complete.
Dang.
The park remained closed for a month, both out of respect for the dead and to allow an investigation to be completed. The results of this investigation would take several years to emerge, but when they did, they were damning. There had been a litany of failures on the part of the park. Rudimentary safety features had not been implemented on the ride, even though they would have been extremely inexpensive. There was no automatic water level indicator, for example. No holistic risk assessment had been completed, and the task of identifying risks was left to the staff of the ride, none of them trained engineers. Maintenance staff did not know the location of the emergency stop button in the main control room, and never tested it. Improvements to safety features were deferred because of budgetary concerns. Record keeping was described as shoddy. The ride was described as completely unsafe, and it was concluded that there had been failures on the part of everybody at the park.
Uh-oh.
It is important to note.
It is important to take a break. We got something going on. Oh, so look, some more people want to beat us up.
What the hell are you doing here? Children shouldn't play around with forklifts. You might get hurt, you know. Ha!
Move it.
You heard us? You're fired. Ha! Ha! Nice taxi you got here. Take me on home, okay? Get a move on.
Whatever.
You're just gonna stack them on top? Oh. Ooh, we in for a fight now.
Hey, cut it out. Joke's on you, schoolboy.
That's it. You're mine.
It's showtime!
Alright, hopefully that left trigger move works. I can't see what I'm doing. Okay, that left trigger move totally doesn't work. Alright, that was good. Hey, it's our friends from earlier in the game. What are you guys doing? Oh, it did work. Look at that.
are the Mad Angels?
Those guys are at the back of warehouse number 17.
Number 17?
Yeah, at the back of the warehouse.
You lying?
If you don't believe me, go see for yourself.
But first, I got a job to finish. This one's gonna be tricky to put down. Let's turn that thing back on. Oh. Ready?
That these criticisms were directed specifically at the Dreamworld Thunder River Rapids ride. Other rides of this type, when properly managed and risk assessed, are extremely safe for guests. Dreamworld cooperated fully with the investigation, and when charges were finally laid against them under the Work Health and Safety Act in July 2020, they pled guilty without hesitation. The parent company of the theme park, Ardent Leisure, received a fine of $3.6 million, the largest fine ever handed out for a workplace tragedy in Queensland. The ride itself was demolished in November 2016, and Dreamworld plans to build a memorial garden in its place. They have invited those affected by the tragedy to be involved in its design, an offer which has angered some of the survivors' families, as they are still awaiting actual compensation from the park. The victims of this disaster included Kate Goodchild, who boarded the ride with her 12-year-old daughter, her brother Luke Dorset, and his partner Roosbay Aragi. Kate's daughter was the only one from that group to survive. Also killed was Cindy Lowe. Her 10-year-old son was the only other survivor from the affected raft. All 4 victims were on holiday. They had visited Dreamworld to experience its rides and roller coasters, fully believing that these attractions were safe. This was a reasonable belief,
we're running out of space
as many
here.
regulatory standards exist to ensure that amusement park rides are as safe as possible. The incident at Dreamworld, which cost them their lives, shows, however, that these standards can only work.
Let's see how much I got for today.
Okay, good job. Here's today's pay.
Thanks.
You met quota, son. So starting tomorrow, you'll get a 50 yen raise. That'll be 400 yen per crate.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Yes, thank you very much.
Now I just have more yen than I know what to do with. Well, I guess I could go buy some more poles with it. Finish my tape collection, maybe?
Hey, mister.
Oh, it's you, youngin'. You been training?
Yeah.
That's great. Now then, I can show you how to use it.
Use it? The shadow step move?
It's rather hard to do, so I'll only do it once, so pay attention. Before, I just showed you how to slide behind your opponent. Once you're behind your opponent, strike the back of the neck. An unprotected neck's weaker than you'd expect.
Bad hand.
An accurate strike can paralyze. Strike just after sliding past your opponent. If you practice, you'll get it.
I understand. Thank you.
Where can I see my moves list? Okay. So Shadow Blade. It's just the same move, but it adds X at the end. Considering that's the most complicated move, I think. And put that on L. Hopefully we'll get a chance to use it. Oh, right, we gotta go to Warehouse 17, don't we? Let's save. Yeah, I wonder if that's where the giant Mad Angel sign is painted. Surely they're not hanging around there. Seventeen's this way. Got about 15 minutes in the stream. So hey, if you've been here at any point in time during the stream, thank you so much for watching. Oh. No, not Mark.
You again? This time you're dead.
Whoops. Hey, let's use that move. Can we... How do we do it? I'm hitting left trigger, but it's not really going. Alright, forget it. Gotta do something else. What's the point of setting a move to left trigger if, when you don't press left trigger, it doesn't actually do the move? Or maybe it's contextual? I'm about to die. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, you can't skip?
Cut it out. You again?
I blame the move not working.
This time you're dead.
Enough of this guy. Dang. Well, I did do the shadow step move at least.
We won't forget this.
Mark, you okay?
Oh, yeah, I'm alright. No problem. Oh,
careful. So, looking for your brother?
Yeah, my only brother. He's about your age. But now, he's probably at the bottom of the sea.
It's bad, man.
Killed by the Mad Angels.
Why would the Mad Angels kill your brother?
It appears he may have leaked some important information.
Is that why they...
Probably. At least as far as I can...
Concrete boots.
Only one person was killed.
So you're not sure?
Was the guy who heard the information killed? Or my brother, the one who leaked it? Oh yeah, Dio. I heard the information was about a black market deal with some Chinese cartel.
Indeed.
Chinese cartel? The Chiyu men.
Okay, well that was helpful. I should probably practice my move some more. I keep getting beat every time I get in a fight. I think there's nothing left to do tonight except to go back home. Alright, that River Rapids movie thing is pretty much over anyway. Only had a few seconds left. Gotta pick a different video.
I should look around a bit more.
Really? We're gonna hang out more? Okay. Well, I suppose while I'm here I should go buy something. Still gotta try for that metal Sonic pull.
I'll take this.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. Sure, draw a raffle ticket.
Fifth prize?
Here's your prize. Open it up and take a look.
I think I need fourth prize to get these things. Oh, this store has different capsules than the other one does. Oh, I already have that one. Yeah, look. This store has different fourth place prizes. Well, and I guess there's no point in doing that here. I want the Metal Sonic capsule. I don't want the red forklift. That's not interesting. There's something else we need to see at this harbor before we can go home? No, not this way. I think they just kind of hold you back until it gets to nighttime.
Maybe I should ask around about the Mad Angels.
Maybe we can just go home. Okay. Fine, we'll go ask somebody about the Mad Angels. You.
Excuse me?
What is it? I'm out of here. I didn't catch even one fish. Happens to everyone, you know.
I hear you.
I'm sorry. I really need to go home now.
Well. Hey, there's Mark. We could always ask Mark.
Mark, have you seen any of the Mad Angels?
No, sure haven't.
Alright.
Thanks, Mark. You know what? I don't think I properly checked out number 17. Maybe if I go there. Alright. So warehouse 17 should be in the back. Right over this corner. No? Still nothing? I guess I was just supposed to see Mark getting beat up. This is 17. I wish the game would just let you go home at this point. What am I supposed to do? Really no one around here to ask. Could try going in the side path, too. Over this way. I don't think I've been this way yet. Almost 8 o'clock. Okay. I have seen every part of the warehouse at this point. And I don't think there's anything for me to find. Have I missed something? Let me check my notebook. Yeah. Nothing really here. Alright, we're gonna try one more time to leave the warehouse. Alright, now we got it. So it's 8 o'clock seems to be the magic number for when they allow you to leave. I'm being polite now and let everybody else on first, I guess. We're gonna have to find something else to watch for tomorrow's forklift shift. I would talk to Santa, but I'm pretty sure he said everything he's gonna say to me.
I love these.
Oh, if you missed it, we did, in fact, get the Knight's figure. Finally. Well, apparently one of the Knight's figures is... There's two, at least. But we kind of reached the point where... We're just gonna get, I feel, like 90% duplicates.
Maybe I should get another.
Let's try one more.
What? This again?
Alright.
Maybe I should get another.
Nah.
I'll pass.
Now if we head over to the tomato store and buy our tapes from there, maybe we'll have a shot at Metal Sonic. Wait, how did Tom get here? Wasn't he back at the harbor? I guess he does nights here now. Pretty sure Tom's been following me around, because it used to be Tom was over here during the daytime. Now during the daytime, he's over at the harbor where I'm working.
Hey man, this. Draw a ticket.
Come on, number 4.
No prize.
Bummer. Better luck next time.
Okay, there's at least one more tape here that I haven't gotten. Mods, you know what to do.
Hey man,
this.
Draw a ticket.
Lexi, thank you so much for the follow.
No prize.
Still no prize.
Bummer. Better luck next time.
I'm never gonna get number 4, am I? I'm pretty sure I already have all of these tapes. Do I have Bewitch? Yeah, alright, well. I'm gonna come back when they have tapes that I don't have yet. You know what? Hey Lexi, how you doing? Is it Lexi? That's what I'm going with. I hope that's correct. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. She's gonna go ahead. Yeah, we'll go a little overtime today. That's cool. We're enjoying our job at the... Enjoying our job so much driving forklifts. You know what? Who's been feeding the cat this whole time? Do I have anything to feed the cat with? Squid legs? That should be good, right? Ah, good to hear you're just chilling, Lexi. Oh no. Where's the cat? The cat is now gone. We'll just assume what's her name took her. Yeah, maybe, what's her name, Megumi? I think it was Megumi. Hopefully Megumi took it. Yeah, we'll go with that story. Yeah, Megumi. That was her name. You know what I also just noticed? Is it because we have a job now? It doesn't seem we get our 500 yen allowance anymore. Okay, back to the harbor. For everybody's favorite activity. We're gonna get number 1 this time. I have a strategy. It's called, don't try to pass people on really sharp turns. It never works out.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning!
Time for a daily warm-up race. You all do your best now.
Yeah!
Like always, 3 laps to the finish. Everybody ready?
Yeah!
On your mark. Almost time to go. Ready? Go!
Dude, this one's dangerous. This is the one that always ends up messing me up. Okay, we're still in this. Yeah, there we go. We're so close. And we have so much time left to go, too. We're definitely going to do this. You know what? I'm going to hold off on passing him until I get to the really wide area. Okay, this might be my chance. Nope. Ah. That's it. All we gotta do now is just not crash into anything. Oh yeah, we definitely got this. There's no way. I guess that means from now on we're gonna have to try to lose on purpose to get the remaining forklifts.
Finish!
Pretty damn good for a rookie.
Yeah.
Here's your first place prize.
Easy.
Thanks. Hope you work as well as you race.
I'm ready.
Take this cargo to warehouse number 18. Here's the route map. Today's quote is written on the map.
No problem.
Okay, get to it then.
Where are we going? So we are here. You need to go to warehouse 18. Isn't it the one all the way in the back? Alright, before we do that, let's see. Idiots in Cars number 10. Best of Road Rage. Okay, Idiots in Cars number 10 it is. I don't know why this gets suggested to me, but Susan thinks this will be interesting. So let's watch.
28% faster. Before you go to bed tonight...
Oh my goodness.
This is Kay, and yeah, you remember there was a time when...
You can get caught on a basketball court and be running for 7 minutes straight without a time.
Oh my goodness.
Bana çarpacak bak gördün mü bak. Bak. Al gördün mü?
Kandırılan onlar. Üniversiteleri açan onlar.
Dang.
What they've been up to. Straws? I almost hit that car. I know you really need to be careful. You've almost crashed twice already. I can't really see that well.
Sen.
like I need to make this a little bigger.
Oh, damn. And then after that, there's like.
This guy really hit not one, but two and threes.
What the f? You hit both our fucking cars, bro. Call the police. What are you doing, dog? Dog, you're f***ing tripping, homie.
No, you know what? That was my bad, dude. Let me just park good. I'll park good, homie. No, I'll park good.
I got your license plate, bro. Don't try nothing. I got it. Don't worry. What the f? Dog.
Oh my goodness, no.
Dog, you're f***ing kidding me. Oh, you.
And... oh my goodness. Oh, that was loud. That sounds really loud. Goodness, that was loud. It's loud. I'm sorry about that. Holy cow.
Watch my brother crash my brand new car.
I apologize. People need to learn how to normalize the volume level on their videos.
Okay. Yeah, 'cause I can record that shit. Watch where the fuck you going. What the f—
Oh my goodness, you were not gonna fit there. It's one way to pass somebody. Oh my goodness. Well, thanks for labeling who the idiot was. I would not have figured it out otherwise. These aren't so much idiots, they're just kind of reckless drivers.
Jesus Christ!
Y'all ain't ever heard of rope?
这个博物院后面有一个加热器，把我们车子撞了，还在撞呢，这个人。一辆车子是无价。啊？来看，在撞呢，在。
Oh. Cancel. I'll find something else in a second. It is lunchtime though. She followed me here too.
No, that's okay.
Don't be shy. Stand there. Here we go. Both of you get in closer. Smile. That's it. Here goes.
I don't have to look so. He smiles after the picture was taken. Wow. I want the one on the left. I look way cooler in that one.
Oh, this one.
Okay, this one's yours, and this one's Nozomi's. They're keepsakes.
What's with her?
I'm going to Canada.
What?
I took a while to decide, but...
Hey, if it's what you've decided, it's what you've decided.
Ryo, don't do anything stupid.
Of course I won't.
No.
I'll always treasure this. Ryo, take care of yours too.
I will.
I'll come back when I'm on vacation.
Sure.
Bye then, Ryo.
Nozomi.
I just figured I'd take the other picture, because the other one was better, so I'll show the better picture. So I'm a nice guy like that.
Tom. Hi, Ryo! I've got something to ask you. Do you know where the Mad Angels hang out?
I don't know. Ryo, I heard a rumor that you are going after the Mad Angels.
I've got my reasons.
Not a rumor, I'm asking you.
Do not go and get mixed up with them.
If you know anything about them, please, Tom, you've got to tell me.
Sorry, but I don't know, man.
Really?
Okay, well... I guess we could try Warehouse 17 again? Yeah, Wrexham Tom is a very shifty man. Remember that time he told me he didn't know anything about warehouses? And then it turns out he actually runs his hot dog stand in the warehouse district. That was very suspicious. Oh, and remember the time Tom's like, oh, I don't know where warehouse number 18 was. Or the old warehouse district. That's what he's like, I don't know where the old warehouse district is. Go ask the lunch lady. You want to go ask the lunch lady? The lunch lady points you back in Tom's direction because the old warehouse district is directly behind Tom. And then there was the time Tom said he knew nothing about men in black suits. Only to when you ask somebody else about it, turns out Tom had been in a fight with men in black suits. Tom is a highly suspicious man.
Hisaka-san.
Ryo.
Have you ever seen any of the Mad Angels?
Mad? Well, I don't think I've ever seen them. Sorry, I have no idea.
I see.
Wait a minute. This is a prohibited area. Get out now.
It sounds like you just realized that. Like, wait a minute. This is a prohibited area. Alright, fine. We'll head to warehouse number 4.
It looks like I can practice here. Think I'll warm up a bit.
By the way, Juzzy, if you're still here, you totally missed the complete documentary about a Garfield-themed horror ride. It was great. Let's see. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. So we gotta do... This is the move I always have so much trouble with. Yeah, see, I assigned Shadow Blade to left trigger, but every time I press left trigger, it doesn't happen. I must be missing something. One sec. Let's pick... Oh my goodness. I was about to pick another video, but the first thing you do when you open up the video is it plays really loud music. I'm not a fan of that. Listen, if you're gonna have a video on YouTube, skip the loud music. Really obnoxious. Start our practice again. I may have to get out. Ooh, I can watch Gordon Ramsay yelling at people. That's always fun.
Looks like I don't have time to practice.
Really? You had time just 5 minutes ago. Let's see. The history of the Nickelodeon Hotel. I think I remember this place. Was I here when I was a kid? I might have been. Our lunch break should be up in about 10 minutes. The failure of Chuck E. Cheese. I survived Africa's deadliest lake. Wow. Halifax explosion.
Back to work.
Let's do that.
Warehouse number 18. Okay.
In that video link. See, you forget Chuck E. Cheese existed? Maybe because went to it once. I think that was pretty much my experience with Chuck E. Cheese too. We also had another similar place called the Discovery Zone. Same concept. So I can turn it up a little bit more.
On the 6th of December, 1917, two ships collided in the mouth of Halifax Harbour in Nova Scotia, Canada. The collision sparked a fire on board one of the vessels, a repurposed tramp steamer packed with a cargo of explosives bound for the European theatre of war. At exactly 35 seconds after 9:04 AM, this cargo detonated, bringing about one of the largest non-nuclear explosions ever to take place.
I apologize.
Halifax Harbour is a large, natural harbour on the Atlantic coast of Canada. It consists of a huge enclosed bay, known as the Bedford Basin, as well as a slender strait, known as the Narrows, which leads out towards open ocean, passing a few small islands on the way. On one side of Halifax Harbour, in 1917, was the town of Halifax. On the other side stood Dartmouth. Between them, the two towns had a combined population of around 65,000 people. This population had recently grown. The ongoing First World War made the harbour of great strategic importance. It was a key departure point for convoys of ships bound for Europe. It was an incredibly important port, and was thus busier during the war than it ever had been before. A few days before the disaster, the Norwegian ship, the SS Imo, arrived at Halifax Harbour and docked in the Bedford Basin, where it sat for several days awaiting supplies. Some of these, namely the ship's required load of coal, were delayed. Although cleared to leave on the 5th of December, the Imo didn't complete loading until too late in the day to depart. Submarine nets, designed to protect the ships at anchor in the Bedford Basin from attack by German U-boats, had been raised for the night, and therefore no ship could pass in or out. Although anxious to get underway, the crew of the Imo would have to wait until the next morning. Meanwhile, the French cargo ship, the SS Mont Blanc, was in a similar predicament outside the harbour. It had arrived too late in the day to be allowed to enter the Bedford Basin, and so was forced to wait outside the harbour until the submarine nets were lowered again the next morning. The crew of the Mont Blanc would no doubt have preferred to spend the night with the ship moored safely inside the harbour, especially considering the cargo it carried. On board was a staggering amount of explosive materials, including TNT, gun cotton, picric acid, and barrel
after this
barrel
in-game day
of
ends, that's going to be
benzol.
into the stream. I appreciate y'all
Whatever
being here.
fears the crew of the Mont Blanc might have had, the night passed uneventfully. At 7:30 AM on the morning of the 6th of December, the submarine nets were lowered, and both ships started moving once more, the Imo heading out of Halifax Harbour, and the Mont Blanc heading inwards. Normally, ships passing through the Narrows were expected to stay on the right, and to adhere to a speed limit of just 5 knots, about the pace of a swift jog. On this particular day, though, the captain of the Imo was so keen to get moving that he ignored the speed limit, and surged into the Narrows at a much faster speed. At this point, the Imo encountered 2 other vessels, one after the other. First was the SS Clara, an American tramp steamer, coming into the harbour on the wrong side of the Narrows.
Figures.
The 2 boats signalled to one another, and the Imo ultimately moved towards the middle of the Narrows to avoid a collision. Moments later, the Imo encountered the tugboat Stella Maris, which was travelling down the centre of the strait. Again, the Imo moved aside, this time going from a position near the middle of the Narrows to completely the wrong side. That was how the Emo came to be on a collision course with the inbound Mont Blanc. The two ships sighted one another when they were still more than 1.2 kilometers, around 3/4 of a mile, apart, and began a series of frantic signals. The Mont Blanc had right of way, but the crew of the Emo, for whatever reason, indicated that they would not yield. When it became clear that the end result of this game of chicken would be a catastrophic collision, both ships cut their engines. The Mont Blanc tried to steer around the drifting Emo, and might have made it had the Emo not reversed its engines at exactly the wrong moment. The effect of this was to cause the nose of the Emo to swing into the hull of the Mont Blanc. The collision took place at a relatively low speed, and although quite damaging, did not immediately scuttle either boat. However, several barrels of the Mont Blanc's flammable cargo were ruptured in the smash, resulting in a huge spill of highly flammable material. Even at this point, though, a disaster was not yet assured. Without a spark, even the most explosive materials would not catch fire. For a moment, the boats drifted. Then, the Emo's engines kicked in once again, and the two damaged vessels parted ways. As they did so, metal scraped upon metal. Sparks flew, and a fire began on board the Mont Blanc.
I don't know if I'm making quota today.
Recognizing the danger, the captain of the Mont Blanc, Aimé Lemedic, ordered his crew to abandon ship. They needed no further encouragement to do so.
Snap.
Piling into lifeboats, they rowed for the shore, shouting desperate warnings to anyone they could see. Alas, such was the noise and confusion out on the water that very few people on nearby boats or watching from the shore actually heard or understood these warnings. The Mont Blanc itself drifted, blazing, towards the Halifax side of the Narrows, eventually beaching itself beside Pier 6 of the harbour. A huge plume of smoke rose into the air above it, and people on both sides of the water were drawn to their windows or to the waterfront in order to watch the drama unfold. At 9:04 AM and 35 seconds, the cargo on board the Mont Blanc detonated. The explosion was a huge one. The blast destroyed everything within 2.6 kilometers, or 1.6 miles, of the grounded ship. Beyond that, severe damage was done to thousands of buildings, and hot fragments of metal rained down across the city. A gun from the deck of the Mont Blanc was launched into the air, and touched down again 5.6 kilometers, or 3.5 miles, away. The shockwave travelled at many times the speed of sound,
look what happened to
and was
that
felt
building.
across the whole of Nova Scotia. Buildings disintegrated, trees were flattened, cars tumbled, and ships lifted completely from the harbour and dumped onto land. In the space of a moment, around 1,600 people were instantly killed, and many more were seriously injured. Victims were buried beneath rubble, hit by flying debris, and, in many cases, received serious eye injuries as the windows they had been looking through exploded into shards of glass. As well as the destructive force of the blast, the explosion created a tsunami, a crashing 6-story wall of water that surged into the leveled city, crushing and drowning many of those who had survived the initial blast. The Emo was one of many ships swept up by this tsunami. As it was thrown from the harbour, almost everyone on board was killed. Worse yet, as the water receded, fires began to burn in the wreckage. The explosion had destroyed boilers, collapsed factories, and knocked over domestic stoves. Now the rubble caught fire, turning the rescue effort into a race against time. Time was not on the side of the rescuers. Since the explosion had taken place in the context of the First World War, the natural assumption of many was that it had been due to enemy action. Rather than immediately focusing on rescue, soldiers ran to their posts to defend against further attack. It was only after some hours had passed that the true source of the explosion was widely understood. Rescue work was grim and lengthy. Firefighters from across the province were joined by police and military, as well as hundreds of shell-shocked volunteers. They dug through the wreckage, pulling out any survivors they could find. These were sent to the city's remaining medical facilities. A deluge of thousands of seriously injured casualties arrived at every available hospital in a matter of hours. Several military vessels that had been close at the time of the explosion diverted to offer assistance, and were promptly converted into makeshift hospital ships. Although injured and shocked by what had happened, everyone present did whatever they could to help. There are even reports of children volunteering to carry messages across the town. This rescue effort was, however, soon complicated by worsening weather. The day after the explosion, when hundreds of people were still injured, homeless, and trapped beneath rubble, a blizzard descended on the city, bringing below freezing temperatures and 1.2 meters, or 4 feet, of snow. Not only did these horrendous conditions present a challenge for rescuers, but they also stopped relief from reaching the city. Trains carrying medical supplies and food were forced to stop in place in zero visibility, even though their supplies were desperately needed within the blast zone. The Halifax explosion, then, was a disaster of many dimensions. As such, the number of dead is difficult to estimate, but stands at around 2,000 in total, with a further 9,000 people suffering serious injury. As soon as the situation on the ground was under control, an inquiry was launched to establish who had been to blame for the incident. It might seem logical that the captain of the Emo was to blame for the disaster. After all, the Emo had been speeding through the Narrows just before the collision. It had been on the wrong side of the strait and had refused to yield even when signalled by the Mont Blanc. However, the presiding judge, Mr. Justice Arthur Drysdale, had little hesitation in blaming the crew of the Mont Blanc, who he alleged had failed to follow the rules concerning the movement of ships. There were likely several reasons behind this rather one-sided judgment, not least of which was a great deal of
I guess it was
public
just
anger.
easier to blame the French, huh?
Given that the crew of the Emo had almost all been killed in the explosion, this anger was focused largely on the surviving crew of the Mont Blanc, who had, after all, abandoned ship in order to save their own lives when the fire began. 3 men were charged with manslaughter. They included Amy Lemedec, the captain of the Mont Blanc, Francis Mackey, a harbour pilot.
Thanks.
You met quota, son. So starting tomorrow, you'll get a 50.
7,000 yen. So much more yen than I know what to do with.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Yes, thank you.
Am I saving for another ticket? That would kind of make sense. Let's hope we go with a more reputable Asian travel company this time. Well, don't use the Asian travel company, use the other guys. Alright. Alright, so they're going to force us here for a couple hours. So I guess the best we can do is just travel around and see if anything happens. Or bring back the video in the meantime.
And Frederick Evans Wyatt, the chief examining officer of Halifax Harbour.
I know, more coal
However,
money.
none of these men were ever brought to trial, as there simply wasn't enough evidence to do so. In any event, the ruling that the Mont Blanc alone had been at fault was overturned by the Supreme Court of Canada in 1919, and it was established that both ships had made errors which contributed to the disaster. Despite the devastation of Halifax, some positive outcomes did arise from the disaster. The rules concerning harbour navigation and the storage of hazardous materials were changed to make a repeat of the explosion unlikely. Beyond this, the huge rescue efforts served to inform and bolster charitable organisations within Canada. The massive number of eye injuries caused by flying glass, for example, led directly to the founding of the Canadian National Institute for the Blind a few years later, while the extensive rescue effort underlined the importance of the Red Cross and helped them to grow into the humanitarian organisation they are today. In the aftermath of the disaster, there was a huge need for housing, and this led to the construction of one of the first public housing projects in Canada, known as the Hydrostone. Some of the dwellings constructed during this time are still in place today, providing a home to Halifax's modern citizens. One of the most enduring legacies from the disaster is one of civic friendship. Boston was one of the first cities to send aid to Halifax, and this aid
just told us they ride around on
time,
motorcycles at night.
just as the blizzard was setting in. The help provided by Boston was vital in saving lives and relieving medical staff and rescuers.
I'm gonna be sticking around
As a
here
thank
at the
you for
harbor
this
at night.
vital support at the most difficult time in its history, Nova Scotia donated a Christmas tree to the city of Boston. Many years later, this became a tradition, and to this day, Nova Scotia provides Boston with a tree.
I don't think. Sorry.
I see.
Though devastated by the
That's
explosion
nice.
that rocked the harbour on the 6th of December 1917, Halifax has risen from the ruins. Today it is a thriving maritime city, home to more than 400,000 people. The Halifax explosion remains a painful but vital part of its history, and reminders of the suffering, the loss, and the heroism of rescuers are everywhere. Though the city has recovered, the Halifax explosion will never be forgotten.
What the hell is this?
There is one final, and at least somewhat positive coda to the story of the Halifax explosion, that of Patrick Vincent Coleman. I'm able to include this story in this extra long episode thanks to the sponsor of today's video, Surfshark VPN. First and foremost, their support allows me to spend more time researching and writing, more time seeking out sources, and more time putting together a video that tells the full story of a massive historic account.
Yeah, that's
now, here's the story of Patrick Vince Coleman, a man whose actions on the 6th of December 1917 saved an untold number of lives.
I should try again.
Vince Coleman was a train dispatcher for Canadian Government Railways. On the day of the disaster, he was working at Richmond Station, not far from Pier 6 where the burning Mont Blanc ran aground. He would have had a clear view of the plumes of smoke rising from the burning vessel, and would no doubt have been deeply alarmed when a sailor dashed up to him and his colleagues to inform them that they must evacuate, as the burning boat was laden with explosives. Coleman and his colleagues, quite understandably, ran for their lives. Before getting very far, however, Coleman turned around and sprinted back to the telegraph office at Richmond Station. From there, he started sending out one final, desperate message. Hold up the train. Ammunition ship afire in harbour, making for Pier 6, and will explode. Guess this will be my last message. Goodbye, boys. Coleman's message was most likely intended for one particular train, the Overnight Express from New Brunswick. This service, carrying around 300 passengers, was due to arrive within just a few minutes, and would have passed directly by the burning Mont Blanc when it did. Thanks to Coleman's actions, however, it was halted on the other side of the Bedford Basin, and 300 innocent people lived to see another day. Moreover, his message was relayed to many other stations, instantly halting inbound freight and passenger trains, and also alerting telegraph operators across Nova Scotia and beyond to the impending disaster. When the Mont Blanc exploded, the wheels were already in motion to begin delivering rescuers, supplies, equipment, and aid to the victims of the disaster. Coleman, as he had predicted in his final message, did not survive. The explosion hit him with such force that it blew the hands from his pocket watch. Death would have been instant. His legacy, however, lives on, not just in the lives he saved, but in his presence as an enduring figure in history, a symbol of the many heroes who sacrificed themselves during the years of the First World War in order to preserve the lives of others. Today, Coleman's telegraph key and damaged pocket watch are preserved in the Maritime Museum of the Atlantic in Nova Scotia. Though he has been dead for over 100 years, by virtue of actions taken in the final few seconds of his life, Vince Coleman stands to be remembered for centuries to come.
Alright. That's great. So we're gonna... What I was waiting around for is to see the transition to nighttime. So Goro finally gave us a useful piece of information. He told us about the motorcycle... what are we talking about? The Mad Angels hang out on bikes at night. Presumably here in the harbor. So I'm gonna wait for nighttime, which should be in about 5 in-game minutes. Let's see if I see anything. And again, didn't I kind of experience that already? I had that motorcycle race? What's that during the daytime? We will make towards Warehouse 17. I feel like I go to Warehouse 17 a lot, and nothing actually happens. And this has been an extra long stream today. Very nice. Appreciate you all who have been here. Everybody who's watching, thank you very much. Don't forget, tomorrow we are doing our second giveaway of Shenmue 1 and 2, the Steam Key. So make sure you're here. We'll start the stream at about midnight Eastern, as usual. And depending on how things go, we might even finish the game tomorrow, but I'm not sure yet. I don't see anything around here. Oh yeah, sure, they're on bikes at night. I'd like to know where. Oh. There we go.
Long time no see. This the guy who's been sniffing around us like a dog?
Looks like we're gonna have to run this stray off now.
I'm gonna get him.
Oh, nice. I guess it's time for another QTE race.
I'll give you pain, little shit.
Ow, that hurt. Rip. He's dead. And we're starting again.
This the guy who's been sniffing around us like a dog?
Looks like we're gonna have to run this stray off now.
I'm gonna get him.
No, I'm just messing up.
I'll give you pain, little shit.
Nice.
Now.
Oh, they're making me choose, huh?
Smooth move. You ain't so bad, punk.
Why you?
But your time's up. You wish. No one takes on the Mad Angels in this harbor and lives to tell about it. It's the bottom of the sea for you. Get him.
Oh, there's two guys out right there. Just let me grab you.
You little brat, I'm gonna break your face.
Come on!
Let's do it. Easy.
How are the Mad Angels and Chi Ming connected?
I don't know.
What?
Wait! I don't know if he's human, but there's some Chinese big shot leaving here soon.
Big shot?
Yeah, they had me arrange a cruiser to take him out to a big ship offshore.
What's his name?
I don't know, but I hear he wears some silk robe thing with a dragon on it.
Landy.
He's still around here.
Please, I beg you, don't tell anyone I told you. They'll kill me!
Alright, now we're finally getting somewhere. Find out more about the trade. Alright, but as for us, I'm gonna head back to the city and probably end our day. Maybe after a few more pulls. And then that will be the end of the stream for today. And by the way, just another reminder, if you haven't followed yet, why not do so now? Because tomorrow when we do our giveaway, you of course will need to be a follower to enter the giveaway. Bus gonna show up any second now. But whether you're a follower or not, thank you so much for watching the stream today. I really appreciate you taking your time to come watch me play some nonsense. You have so many options here on Twitch, and yet you chose to spend some time watching me, which is very humbling. Alright, let's head back to our home. We'll do a couple of Sonic pulls, and then we'll head home. At this point, I'm not really sure if there's any other figures remaining within the Sonic vending machine that we haven't received. Let me open up my collection for a second. Suppose I should be using the Virtua Fighter ones. Okay, that has to be Super Sonic right there. And that one has to be Metal Sonic. And that's obviously Dr. Robotnik. Now, is Dr. Robotnik a special one that you only get from the store? I don't know. But yeah, I'm starting to think I already have everything that's out of the Sonic machines. We'll grab a couple Virtua Fighter ones. I never really got into Virtua Fighter.
I should buy one. I know this.
I don't. Okay. Okay.
Maybe I should get another.
One more.
This is cool.
Okay.
Maybe I should get another. I'll pass.
27,000 all for pulls. Let's see. That's what, over 270 pulls? Imagine. I can do an entire stream of just me doing nothing but pulls. Of course, 90% of the stream would just be him going, another one of these? I already know I have this one. I feel like it was a really missed opportunity not to let you take the dupes and try to sell them to the kids on the streets. Say, hey kid, you want this Sonic 1 figure? Would have worked out. Need to have something to do with all those dupes. Okay, I think that's going to be it for us today. Where's our ending credits? Ooh, and the credits auto-played by themselves this time, which isn't always a guarantee. Good for them. Wow. What a stream. 3 minutes short of 5 hours. Wait, should I do something for 3 minutes? So we get the 5 hours? Okay. Installing time. Ooh, the giveaway, yes. Tomorrow. Tomorrow is the second and final giveaway of Shenmue 1 and 2, the Steam Key. And that's going to be at our stream at midnight tomorrow. So, once again, if you haven't followed yet, why not do so? Because it will be follows only mode in the chat while the giveaway is happening. So if you want to enter, you'll have to be a follower. And plus, you get notification when I go live, which is worth something. Yeah. Maybe. You get to watch more Shenmue. That's kind of something. Yeah. And so who do we have today? Let's see. Let's look at our credits. Our followers, Lexi, thank you so much for the follow earlier on. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Big ups to our moderators, Josie51, 3 robots who do mostly nothing, and Rexham_. Very nice moderating today. I really enjoyed how you banned that chatbot who tried to get me to buy followers. Good job. We have 1 minute and 15 seconds left to stall. What shall we talk about? I don't know. Oh, but you know what we will do is we will figure out who we are rating. Who are we rating today? Let's see, we got Dingus and we got Goon. Okay, chat. This one's up to you. Type 1 in chat for Dingus, or type 2 in chat for Goon. Who are we rating today? Nova? Oh, I must not be following Nova. Let me see. Okay, 3 for Nova. How about that? Am I not following Nova Enforcer? Shit. If I'm not, I better make sure I do that now. Sorry. Let me follow Nova Enforcer right now. Okay. Seems like the vote's unanimous. Seems like the vote's unanimous. We're gonna be ranking Dinger. And don't worry, I will remember that there are in fact 2 underscores this time around. Let's see. So an underscore Dingus. Our raid message for today would be there we go. Contribute to our good friend Goro. He was so helpful. So once again, we'll be live tomorrow at midnight. It might be the conclusion of Shenmue. I don't know. I think we're getting pretty close, actually. And for the final giveaway. So, let me see. If you were here at any point in time in the stream, thank you so much for spending your time here watching me. I really appreciate you. And let's see. And that's about it. Raid's gonna happen in 10 seconds. And then I'm probably going to sleep. It's 5 a.m.